want you to come, express yourself. After having expressed yourself, that paper that you use to express yourself must be converted into a journal article paper that gets published out there, that contributes to scholarship, so that students doing their LLB can actually quote you and say, according to Dr. Mahleza, this is the position on the status of undocumented minors in South Africa. According to Mr. Nhlabati, this is the position on the law of war in the context of a non-international armed conflict. So we want this scholarship to go out there and produce, lawyers who are going to go to the courts of the Republic and astound those judges. Lawyers who can go before the courts of the African Union and astound those judges there and defend human rights and defend the law of war and defend refugee law before these various platforms. So that is the whole point behind the conference that we have put together this year, the third iteration of this annual conference. Ladies and gentlemen, let me not drag my speech. I had not prepared a speech. I spoke off the cuff, and that usually happens when I speak off the cuff. The former pastor in me comes up, and I remember that I resigned too early from the pastorate. But this is where I end. Thank you, Madam.
Some of us are too short, and yeah. But there's one thing that Prof has just said that I like about this conference. This is the fact that it's not only about those researchers that are big guns. We do have big guns here, but we also consider emerging researchers, junior researchers, because we need to teach and learn, and we need to mentor and develop and train. That is the most important thing about this conference that we need to consider. But without taking so much of your time, those that are emerging junior researchers and students, we need to move from now and go to the whole next door, where we are going to be learning a lot about research, and then we are going to leave this this venue for the high-level panel on centering international humanitarian law in today's geopolitical discourse. So the panel is going to come here, but before we do that, those that are students should then leave, and then we are going to start another program out there, and then we will continue from there. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
try and be quick and sum it up.
Okay, let's see if what happens up until 10:30.
Yeah, maybe I'll try and finish off by 10:30.
And then we'll
If they just have tea, they're not going to have tea.
Morning once again. We're going to start with the program right now, and because we are running a bit late, we are just going to try to catch up with time, because we've been drinking tea and we've been having beverages. I'm going to at least take a bit of your time during tea break to see if we can catch up, but we're going to start now with Ms. Yegis Naidu, the library, with the library presentation on plagiarism and research 2. She's going to do 2 presentations, and we're going to see how it goes, and then we are going to, next we're going to see the next speaker, but then we'll handle questions later on. And let us welcome Ms. Naidu.
Good morning to the program director, students, and to the college academics. I just want to take this opportunity, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the organizing committee in allowing me to be part of this very, very prestigious conference. So I'm really excited, and it's actually my first time, and I would really appreciate it if we could find some time today to have some interaction with those of you who are here. So I am aware that we are slightly behind time, and we have quite a bit to actually cover. So I'm going to try to put in both my presentations in the shortest possible time. So I beg your pardon if I actually run through. So a little bit of introduction, everyone. My name is Yegis Naidu, and I am the personal librarian for the School of Law within the College of Law. So we have 2 personal librarians. Mr. Seppo Constable is responsible for the students and the researchers and the academics within the School of Criminal Justice. And me, Ms. Yegis Naidu, I'm responsible for the academics, for the researchers, and the students within the School of Law. So the personal librarians play an integral role in your journey as a researcher, as an academic, and as a student. It's very, very important for you to establish a good working relationship with your personal librarian, because we offer research support, we offer training, we assist you with creating your researcher profiles, and we also assist you in preparation for NRF rating. We also assist you with searches, and we also assist you with module development. So I assume that quite a few of you are wearing different hats. You may be a junior researcher, you may be a junior lecturer, or a new lecturer, a student. So for all those, no matter what role you play, the personal librarian plays an integral role in assisting you. So it is up to you to initiate this working relationship. So in terms of supporting you as a junior researcher, or as an academic, or a lecturer, we offer one-on-one sessions, we offer training. As I indicated earlier on, creation of the researcher profiles, which I'm going to speak about later on, is absolutely critical. Also assisting you to select quality journals and using journal selector tools. And I won't elaborate too much on this because I am aware that there are speakers who are going to speak to you about journal selection and publishing. But the personal librarians also assist vendor webinars, author workshops, and article publishing. So it's very, very important for you at the outset to be aware of the services that we actually offer. And when you see an email, don't ignore it. Open it and delve into it and make sure that you take advantages of all these training sessions that are offered to you, because it's absolutely critical that right at the outset that you grab every opportunity to get as much as possible from your personal librarian and from all the training and all the webinars that are offered to you. And last of all, lifelong learning. It is our main aim to instill you and to train you. So very often we have students emailing us and saying to us, Mrs. Naidu, please find these articles. Please send me ebooks. Please send me a thesis. But I will go and initiate a training session, and I will say to them, I am happy to assist you, but let's meet online so that I could teach you, I could show you how to navigate this huge, overwhelming website that we have. So our library website can be quite complex. We have many databases, so it can be very overwhelming. But that is why we have personal librarians who are here specifically for the lecturers, for the academics, for the researchers, and for the postgrad students. So it's up to you to grab this opportunity and establish a relationship with us. You need to begin this relationship building at a very, very early stage in your career. So the objectives of this presentation is, if I have time, I would love to navigate through the library website and show you all the online services that we have, the e-resources as well. And some specific online resources I would particularly like to show you. For example, how do you access our library law LibGuide? How to look for thesis and dissertations online? How to use the Summon platform to find various content material for your research, and various other research tools, such as SAGE research methods. So there's a lot of information, there's a lot of services. There are quite a number of things that you need to take into account. But the role of the personal librarian is to ensure that we have various trainings to take you through all these different sources that we have and not overwhelm you all at once. So today's session is just about making you aware of what is actually out there. Okay, so it can be very, very intimidating, but today is just an introduction of what is out there. So there's various services such as reference services, information literacy instruction. We also have, and we pair with very important people within the library, like our collection developer. So if you are a budding researcher, or you are a budding lecturer, a junior lecturer, and you want to know about how do you build up an online module with the most recent case law, the most recent articles, we have collection developers, and we also have information search librarians. So you can acquire a reading list from an information search librarian. And I'm going to show you through the library website. I'm hoping that we have time so I could go live. And last of all, the research support, the personal librarian's research support. That is very, very important for you. So we have a fairly new library website, and I want to go through that a bit later on. There's announcements, and we also have services for different client groups and library services and tools. So what's very, very important if you are a junior lecturer? So I'm making you wear different hats now, because I know that we have a mixed group of junior lecturers, junior researchers, and students as well. So if you are a student, and if you're aiming to become an academic, or if there are academics sitting here right now, for me, it's very, very important that you start to instill yourself you need to be aware of how to navigate this library site. You need to be aware of all the different databases that are out there. You need to be aware of what is reference management so that you could pass on these skills onto your students. If you do not know what RefWorks is, it's a reference management tool, and I'll talk about it a bit later on. So you need to know that this is an online tool that your students can use for generating bibliographies and automating footnotes. So you need to know that RefWorks is a reference management tool, and instead of doing manual referencing, you can actually use a reference management tool. So therefore, I'm getting to the point of you need to inskill yourself, and you need to be absolutely aware of what is out there. Okay, because if you sit not wanting to learn, and if you want to depend on a librarian for everything, then you won't be able to pass critical skills onto your students and onto yourself. So, when you are beginning with research, it's very important that you do an online request for a literature search. So we have information search librarians who are professional librarians within the library, and they are very willing to assist you. So I've given you a link on this slide, and these presentations will be made available to everybody. But for some reason, if you cannot get into the site, you are welcome to email me, and I can give you a different route of how you can actually do a literature search request. So you can, whether you're a lecturer or whether you're doing a thesis, if you are writing an article, you can ask for a reading list. So that is your first point of where you begin. You will begin with the literature search request, and our information search librarians will look at the keywords or the topic that you have at hand. And then they will submit to you a reading list. It can be very overwhelming because they're going to give you a very long list of case law, legislation, journal articles, e-books, and various books. Then, it is absolutely important for you to know how to navigate our library site. And also, depending on time, I would love to go online and show you. We have a new Summon platform. Now, this is a search engine which can help you to find different content types. So right at the outset, while you are waiting for a literature search request to be done for you, you don't need to just sit and wait for others to do the work for you. It is very important that you become active and that you self-learn. And you can come to me for a one-on-one session, and I can assist you with how to navigate the library platforms and actually find specific e-resources for law research. You need to know how to use the library catalog to find books, e-books, journal articles. We also have an e-publication finder. So all these tools are absolutely important in order for you to do your research successfully. So very, very important, when we begin with searching for articles, you need to know how to do your settings on Google Scholar. So Google Scholar is the first point of access. Google Scholar is free of charge. You just need to go to scholar.google.com. But what's very important, do not search on Google. Search on Google Scholar so that you will be getting peer-reviewed and scholarly articles. But many junior researchers and lecturers come to me and say that they are asked to search, to pay for articles on Google Scholar. But what is very, very important right at the outset is for you to do your settings on Google Scholar. If time permits, and I was hoping that we would have started a bit earlier, I will show you how to do your settings on Google Scholar. If you do your settings on Google Scholar, you will be linked to our subscription databases, and you will not be asked to purchase the articles. You will be able to retrieve full text articles on Google Scholar. So Google Scholar actually links up with Hein Online and our other subscription databases. But if you don't do your settings on Google Scholar, you will encounter problems with retrieving full text. So I'm harping on this because it's absolutely critical right at the outset that you do your settings on Google Scholar. Then you must be aware of how to navigate Sabinet African journals. You must be aware of how to navigate Hein Online. So Hein Online is a law-specific database, and it's very important that you know how to navigate Hein Online. Then we have Kluwer Online, we have LexisNexis South Africa, but we have various other databases for international law as well. So we have Westlaw, and we have LexisNexis UK Law, we have Nexus Uni. Okay, so on these slides, I've just given you specific databases that you could use, for example, if you're searching for case law. So I'm just giving you the basics today. Remember, besides our subscription databases, if you are doing comparative research, and if you do not find sufficient material in our subscription databases, then you can use our legal information institutes. So if you go to Worldly, or if you just go to Google, and if you say Canada Legal Information Institute, it will give you a website that says CanLe. So if you want to look for information on Zimbabwe, and if you're not getting sufficient material on our subscription databases, then it will come up with Zimli. So you can make use, or you will be able to make use of legal information institutes, but make sure that you have exhausted all the subscription databases. So the reason why we harp on using scholarly articles, if you are citing from Sabinet African journals, and this is a very, very important database for you, because Sabinet African journals actually shows you the top authors in that specific field. So when you are citing, or you want to encourage your students, you should be saying, you should be able to go to Sabinet African journals and check on a specific topic. This is a top author. So you obviously, the person who's reading the thesis or the article, and you are citing top authors. So sometimes you'll find a supervisor saying, you should be, please go and cite Professor Dube, because he's obviously a renowned, a profound author in that field. So something is wrong if we don't see you citing profound authors. And how do you find this? You need to go to those specific subscription databases that are housing or publishing those scholarly articles from these renowned or profound scholars. I hope you're following me. Thank you. If you're searching for legislation, we have these various databases, so I won't go them one by one for the sake of time. If you're searching for commentaries, there's many commentaries in these databases, and there's many hidden ebooks within LexisNexis and Juta as well. So you should become familiar with searching within these databases. Okay, so JutaStat and LexisNexis is very, very important for South African case law legislation and commentaries. And then we have databases for international research as well. So make sure that you're aware of how to actually navigate these databases, and you'll only become aware if you receive training. Commission reports on these various websites. Then, when you are beginning with your research, this is a very important e-resource. So we go onto the library page, and if we go onto the e-resources tab, you will click on S for Sage Research Methods. So Sage Research Methods is a very important database because it encapsulates everything for research methodology. So if you don't understand what is data collection or what a problem statement is, you just need to go into the search box, put in problem statement, and then it will throw up many other e-resources or e-books dealing with problem statement. So please make use of Sage Research Methods online. Then, if you are also beginning with the research topic, whether you are writing a thesis or dissertation, whether you are writing an article, whether you are a budding supervisor, or for supervisors as well, it's really important for you right at the outset to make sure that you know what other authors have actually written on a field. And how do you get that information? you should go into the different databases from our library or from our law LibGuide. So you can go to our LibGuide, and when you click on the Thesis and Dissertations tab, it will give you open access thesis and dissertations, which houses local and international full-text thesis. You can look at the topics, you can look at how topics are formulated, and you can get the full-text thesis from local and international authors. So you can use oatd.org. You can also go to the UNISA Institutional Repository, and you can look for full-text thesis there. And then there's a last one, which I haven't mentioned, which is the National ETD portal, which publishes only the local thesis and dissertations. So we encourage students, lecturers, and budding researchers to look at what has been published so that you do not repeat a topic. But very often we have students coming to us, especially saying, Mrs. Naidu, I really don't know whether this has been covered. I don't know how to formulate a topic. So it's so useful for you to go through what has been covered already, okay, or what has been published in the field. So make sure that you get hold of a thesis and or dissertation. Then, especially for those of you who are junior publishers, junior authors or junior lecturers, and I'm sure this is going to be covered in other sessions as well. Very important when you are selecting a journal, okay, besides asking colleagues for assistance or well-established authors, make sure that you know how to access the DHET list from the research website. Make sure that you look at our LibGuide on selecting quality journals. So we also have the Cabell's resource, Cabell's Journalytics and Predatory Reports. So if you are unsure whether that is a predatory journal, if you go to the A to Z list and if you click on C, it will give you this database called Cabell's. Cabell's will actually show you whether a journal is listed as predatory or not, and it will also give you information about that specific journal of the citation metrics. So it's very important for you to understand how to access Cabell's, because right at the outset, if you just going through the DHET list, but you may hear along the lines, or you're unsure, is this a predatory journal or not? You can actually search for it yourself. But if you need to navigate whichever database I'm mentioning, you are more than welcome to arrange a one-on-one session with me. Then very often, lecturers always ask, why is there so much of noise about Scopus? So journals listed in Scopus are actually recognized as very high quality journals, very highly cited journals. So we always encourage our junior researchers and all researchers to start looking at the Scopus list, especially when it's time for you to apply for NRF rating. It is one of the criteria. They want to look at whether you have any journals published in Scopus and Web of Science. So please also start looking at why these journals are so important, those journals listed in the Scopus list as well. Very important information is in our Law LibGuide, and you can access the Law LibGuide from our library site. Then UNISA or Open Educational Resources, I've just put a link here. Sometimes as a junior researcher or as a lecturer, you want to learn more about open educational resources, and I'm not going to delve a lot on that because of the sake of time, but there is a link there that you can go through. So for those of you who are junior lecturers or lecturers and you're actually not aware of the services that we offer and you want to ensure that your students can actually have a session with me, there's a link here and students can book a one-on-one, or you can actually look at my calendar and you can book a one-on-one session with me. My calendar is up to date. Okay, I would like to do a live demo very quickly, but for those of you who are starting to supervise master's and doctoral students, or if you are students, we have guidelines here. After a thesis is completed, it is compulsory that your thesis gets loaded onto the UNISA institutional repository. So all the information is here, or you can email me, or the information on the embedded document. Very important right at the outset when our students register, we are hoping that they receive our introduction letter explaining what the personal librarian's role is, and also the library services document. So embedded in the library services document is the guidelines of how to actually do your Google Scholar settings. So if they don't read what's embedded in there, they will actually lose out, because there's critical information within these documents for the postgrad students. Reference management, I spoke about it earlier on. We are encouraging our students to stop manual referencing, and please create an account for RefWorks. Start using an automated system. You will just have to make sure that you use your tutorial letter 302 and use the correct OSCOLA referencing style, and it will actually save you a lot of time to automate your references. For those of you who want to join my Teams link, where I have presentations, links to my previous recordings, and where I have my training schedules, so no matter what role you are playing or what hat you are wearing, you are most welcome to join my team, and that's where I have most of my announcements. I will put the link to the recording. So that's the end of my first presentation. I don't know if there are any questions and how we're doing for time, because next I want to do a presentation on the researcher profiles, which it's also quite a very important presentation. So Program Director, how am I doing for time? Sorry? 10 minutes. Okay, I only have 10 minutes, so let's see how I can do in 10 minutes. It's very important for you to create researcher profiles to increase your e-visibility. So the objectives of this session is, at the end of the session, you should be able to create a researcher profile for your online presence. You should be able to create a Google Scholar profile or ORCID profile and other profiles. So if you do not have a chapter in a book, if you haven't published a thesis, or if you don't have a thesis, or if you don't have any articles, you will not be able to create a Google Scholar profile. But each one of you should be able to begin with creating an ORCID ID. So why so much of noise about researcher profiles? So researcher profiles pulls all your research and your publications together in one place, mitigating common problems that often arise in searching. So your researcher profile or your researcher ID will be unique to you. Okay, so especially when there's variation in names and we want to just search for a specific author or your specific profile, it's very important. So there's various reasons. The university has a research excellence framework. I'm not going to go into that in detail. So as personal librarians, we are expected to submit all the researcher profiles to the research department. So researcher profiles have an impact on the Times Higher Education rating of the university. So students, masters and doctoral students, and researchers, academics are all expected to create researcher profiles. So very, very important, it is to promote research and teaching activities. It also helps to improve your chance of being cited, to ensure correct attribution, to guarantee credit in research assessments, to ensure that you can find collaborators with your research, especially if you want ResearchGate. So if you want to collaborate with someone else or somebody wants to collaborate with you when you're starting off publishing an article, you can collaborate with others. And if you want to find funding and be prepared to publish your articles, and it's also for NRF rating. Very important steps are on this slide, how to begin creating a Google Scholar profile, an ORCID profile, and researcher, and to be on ResearchGate. So embedded in here are all the steps for you to create a Google Scholar profile. So remember what I said, you will struggle if you do not have a chapter in a book, a thesis, or an article. You won't be able to create a Google Scholar profile, but each and every one of you will be able to create an ORCID ID. So please go and try, follow the steps. You will just go to register as a new user, new ORCID ID, and you will create an online CV. So ORCID is very, very important because it's a prerequisite for an NRF rating. And the earlier you start with creating your ORCID profile, the better for you as a budding researcher, junior lecturer, or a student. So it's very, very important for you to begin with your ORCID ID. And eventually you will use your ORCID ID on your email signature. So when you go to conferences, whether you're presenting, it is your unique ID. It's your online profile. So the earlier you start beefing it up, the earlier you have your online profile, you can actually use it to collaborate with others. And also very, very important profile is ResearchGate, academia.edu. And if you have published, then it will be Google Scholar. But for starters, I will encourage all of you to begin with your ORCID ID. So it's ORCID. So this slide gives you all the information on how you can set up your profiles. So for those of you who are, if they are renowned or profound authors, you will see Google Scholar profiles which have an H index. So we can explain all that to you on a one-on-one session because of sake of time. So when it comes to ORCID profiles, there are many of our researchers who began with creating ORCID profiles. Some of them are really incomplete because you need to, I'm placing emphasis that you need to ensure that you complete your ORCID profiles. Make it as comprehensive as possible. Employment information, educational qualifications, everything and anything about yourself should be on your ORCID profile. And then you have to make sure that all other profiles are linked onto your ORCID. And then also make sure that you're aware of Scopus and Web of Science. And then we have LibGuides that can also help you on NRF rating and on e-visibility. And then I'm going to put my link. But colleagues, before I end my session, I quickly want to take just a few minutes to just show you what our library website looks like. So for those of you who don't know how to get here, you can go to the UNISA corporate site and then click on library. And this is the summon search engine that I've been talking about. So for example, if you do a search in that block, that is a summon search. And when you click on search, you are going to get various content types. And we can do a search, or we can do a one-on-one session with you, showing you how to navigate this site. So very quickly, that is the summon search engine. Then the LibGuides tab will show you where my law LibGuide is. The LibGuides are in alphabetical sequence. But very important is this tab, Find e-Resources. So if you click on Find e-Resources, you will find all the databases here in the A to Z listing. So if you go to this A to Z listing, and if you click on the letter H, for example, you want to access Hein Online. You will click on H, you will scroll down, and then all you do is you will click on Hein Online to open that specific database. Obviously, it's going to ask you to authenticate, and then it will take you into Hein Online. So the same actually applies if you want to access LexisNexis. You will click on L, and then you will access LexisNexis. Okay, colleagues, and then this requires navigation techniques. It requires training. So unfortunately, due to the time constraints, I will not be able to take you and zoom into these databases. Today was just giving you an overview of everything that we have out there and how we can actually promote and assist you with your research journey. So remember, we are there to promote all our services and resources. You need to engage with us to make the maximum out of your personal librarians, out of your resources. So in a nutshell, that's all I have to show you today. It was a mouthful. It can be very overwhelming, but you need to ensure that you take it step at a time and in bite sizes. You need to communicate with us. You need to work very closely with us so you can make maximum amount of the rich and the overwhelming number of databases and the services and the research support that we have to offer you as our Unisans. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for helping with that. And guys, trust me, this is very important. I went through my LLD, and she was very helpful. And yeah, whenever you need her, she's always available. And please make use of her. She's very helpful, and her team, they're very helpful. There are links that she said you can join, and you should have those one-on-ones with her because they're very helpful. But thank you so much, and thank you for trying to keep time, though we are still running behind. Guys, I know we did have tea or something early in the morning. I'm just going to try and push it a bit. You will forgive me for that. Next on the presenters, we are having Mr. Zibuse Kunene. Yes, thank you so much. You can come to the podium.
Good morning. Okay, thank you for being that dull. I am not a fan of academics. Yes, because you guys are too serious. Like I just said good morning, I was like, hi. Like look at you, only now that you smile, and there's still some tension. So may I ask a male and a female to please come to the front, otherwise I'll choose for myself, with the exception of you, Lindelo. Anyone, any two, one male, one female? Please do, thank you. Any male? Gentleman with a red t-shirt, please come forward. Or golf shirt, actually. And then please stand here in front and just look at everybody. So I love, just, you can stand next to her. Don't be afraid, she won't bite. And this is not a matchmaking session. Right, welcome to the scholars. Please, there we go, now we're warming up. Let's wait for the young ladies and gentlemen to be seated. So we're going to do something very simple, not really complicated. So the two of you, do you know each other? Ah, that's good. I love it. Even better. So we're going to do like a warm-up exercise. I will ask you to tell a story, right? The both of you. But in telling the story, one person gets to say one word at a time. Does it make sense? So let's start by introductions, right? But you only say one word as a test. So who wants to go first? Okay.
Your name.
No, that's two.
Name.
Just don't think, just... Hmm? It's fine. Flow, relax, relax. You too uptight. Huh? So she said one word, you said the other. She says just one. It doesn't have to make sense. You don't have to think about it. Just go instinct. Go instinct. Let's try again. Introductions. Let's go.
Name. Surname. Country.
So the name is Wilbur Country. You see? You're getting the hang. Now, let's tell a story. It doesn't matter how it goes, but please make it louder so that everybody else can hear it. Are you ready? Let's go.
Wait, so you tell a story together.
Together, but you just go on the last word the other one says, so you build upon that.
Okay. Country.
In.
Town.
No, it doesn't have to. Just say the word. Relax.
Suburb.
In.
Country.
Continent.
Province.
When.
Occupation.
In.
Car.
There.
Residence.
Your.
Okay, can we have another two who wants to try? Thank you, guys. Any other two? So you saw what it... Come. Guys, don't think about it. Just relax. Anyone. It doesn't have to be a male and a female, just anyone. Two. Come. All right, here we go. We've got two gentlemen. All right. You can join, please do. So you got the hang of it, right? One word and we're telling a story. And have fun. Let's go, sir, with the cap.
Name? Yellow. Job?
Let's get this flowing. Just don't think. Don't think.
Purple. Mercedes?
BM.
Audi. Ground?
But now you're just giving us words. Like I want, tell story. Tell a story. Yeah. Let's start.
Okay, let me start.
Okay.
Yeah. Greatness?
I went to
No, one word. One word.
One word. Greatness?
Big.
In? Zimbabwe?
Victoria Falls.
Because?
Two words.
Because? Love?
Is.
Wild? And?
Caring.
Danger? Flowingly?
Amazing.
Feeling?
Thank you. You see, I always want to get people to get going. But the point of this is we are too uptight. Like we think too much. We want to make everything make sense. But not everything will make sense. Nothing should. And we shouldn't be stuck too much into, okay, I have to do this, I have to do this, I have to do this. Because then you just get stuck in a rut and you become so miserable. And following this kind of thinking will frustrate you. Will frustrate you. Sometimes just let loose. It's important to let loose. So, my name is Zibuse Lemikunene. I was saying to Dr. Mhlongo earlier, when he was just saying his, Zibuse Kunene, coach, I was like, I am an internationally published author. Yes. Right? And sometimes you need to do that for yourself. Who are you? What have you done in this world? Even if it's just one book, but what have you done? Earlier, Miss Naidu was telling us about, create a profile. Think about a guy named William Shakespeare. Who has heard of William Shakespeare? Okay, no one. Like academics, you see why I said I don't like academics. You guys are too uptight. Guys, don't go into academia, like they're too uptight. Have you ever heard of William Shakespeare? No. You haven't? How? But why were you silent?
I don't know his name. I know Shakespeare. So when you said William Shakespeare was...
Okay, yeah. So Shakespeare, his name is William. Do we know him? What did he do? Was an author. He wrote. When did he write? I don't want the exact time. 18th century, 16th, imagine. 16th century, he wrote. In the 30th century, will you be quoted? Will people know your name? It's possible. It's possible. And it's as simple as even publishing one article, one book. That is your thought. That is your idea. And just learning to relax and enjoy life. People. Yes, there we go. Do it. Relax. I mean, you've got beautiful smiles. Why don't you want to show that off? Ladies and gentlemen, we don't have too much time. So what I'm going to talk about is I'm going to truncate everything. Everything. As we are all in this room, we all have issues. Whether you like it or not, you've got issues. From these young ones who are still in school, to us who are doing research, to us who are writing, we all have issues. And if you say you don't have issues, you're lying. I'm not one to really play nice, so I'm not going to play nice. We are all slaves. We just need to choose what kind of slaves we are. The young ones are slaves to trends. I get trender, I want to trend. And so people compromise who they actually are for the sake of acceptance. They find their locus of identity outside of themselves. So you want to be famous, you want to also trend like Bobo Iti, showing off their buttocks in public and thinking it's all fun and beautiful, but it's not. And it's not fun. There's a reason why our private parts are called private parts. They are not for public consumption. They're not. And some of us seek attention so much that we would rather compromise our authentic selves. Oh, by the way, sorry, you don't know your authentic self. So how can you compromise something that you don't know? You've taken it, you've taken this body, you've taken this mind, this capacity, this potential, and you've just laid it bare for everyone to consume. Just for that moment, for that day to trend. You are not known for your mind. You are not known for your intellect. You are not respected for your intellect. But you are known for your body. You are known for the shameless things that you've done and continue to do. We are all slaves. Choose what enslaves you. It started off by saying sex sells. And because we see somebody who's semi-naked, we run to it. And by the way, men are driven by sight. When you're male, you're driven by sight. You see, you like, you keep looking. Whether you want to deny it or not, whether you're a woman who is liberated, denying that men are driven by sight or males are driven by sight is foolishness. Just as much as you want to deny that gravity exists. Men were created that way, and women were created to be beautiful. It's true. But remember, I'm glad you say that, and to love money. But in our very basic, most intrinsic selves, we have these fundamental things that we need from each other. Women, when they look at a man, they assess, can he protect? Can he provide? And when men look at a woman, in their most fundamental sense, he's asking, is she fertile? Can she nurture? Just physically. We look at each other on that basis. So yes, money is the currency with which we do things today. And therefore, a man should be in a position to provide, but not just financially. Security is a protection, is a provision, but also teaching, challenging the mind. I don't know if you've ever seen a family where there's a girl and a boy child, and there's a mother and a father, and they are both active and positive. The girl child is not afraid of taking risks. But the family where a child is missing a father who is present, who is active, she's afraid of taking risks. Why? If you've seen it, as dads, we love to take children and just throw them up in the air. From whenever we can do that, like we take them, and mothers are going, but what does that do? It accustoms the child to get used to risk. Don't be afraid of going high. Don't be afraid of heights, but I'm here to catch you. And the more the father provides that protection, guess what happens to the child? The more confident they become. You can even take that child and put them here, and they will just want to run around and explore. But a child who does not have a father who's pushing their risks, their tolerance to risks, they'll be clingy, they'll be wanting to do all sorts of things, but take risks. So, unfortunately, as much as society has told you a mother can never be a father, and a father can never be a mother. Thank you. He gets it. So you can get to Father's Day, but never dare think that your mother can be father. And you can get to Father's Day, but never make the mistake of wishing that your mother was dead. Never. There are biological and psychological things that as men we go through and we give to the family, to our children, that makes us unique. And to think that as a woman, you can go out there and say, no, I just want a sperm donor and I can raise my child because I've got all the money in the world. Hashem, life will show you flames. Because that child needs both parents. And even as a man, you can never raise a child, whether boy or girl, you can never raise a child and think they don't need their mother or a mother. But I just digressed from what I wanted to say. But we are slaves. Choose what enslaves you. You know, it's such a beautiful thing to stand on your own. When everybody's going that way, you say, I'm going this way. because this is what I believe and this is the right way to do it. And what breaks my heart, and I often see this, and I've seen it a lot, is when people fail to think. And we all believe that we are thinking, but we're not. You can think as an academic, you can think as a scholar, you can think as a learner, but there are areas where we seem to take our thinking and we put it in our back pocket. And we forget that I also need to think. Like some people get into relationships and they are swindled and they are abused and they are manipulated. And you think, what is wrong with this person? But when you look at their public profile, they are this well-established person. And you look at their private life, they've got someone, I'm sorry to say this, insignificant, just messing with their mind. But then it also goes back to this thing of authenticity, an authentic self. Who are you? Just think about it. If I were to ask you right now, who are you? What comes into your mind? And I bet you're thinking of the things that you do, of the roles that you fulfill, of what people have defined you to be. But who are you outside of everything else that you do? If you were not to do anything, if you were not to be a child, a son, a daughter, a father, a mother, a student, nothing, you just came into the world, who are you? And until you get to know that, you will always be somebody's tennis ball in a tennis court. And they'll be playing ping pong with you. Guys, let me just stay on this one then, because I feel it keeps coming back. Sex is not a tool for entertainment. It's not a tool for attraction. It's not. It is something so beautiful. Think about this analogy. Whenever you think of sex, think of this. Imagine you're lighting a fire in the bush. The grass is dry all around. You light a fire, and then the wind comes and blows that fire. What happens? What happens? Spreads, out of control. But imagine taking that same fire. I'm taking your cue and I know too. Imagine taking that same fire and you light it in a house, in a fireplace. What happens? Thank you. It warms the room. It warms the home. Think of sex that way. It needs to be in a confined place, environment, for you to enjoy it. It's not something that you're going to compare it to test driving a car. People, we are not cars. We are not objects. We are people with feelings. And this thing of friends with benefit does not work. It doesn't. Babu situationship and all this liberalism that we see today. Yeah, it's complicated, all of these things. Guys, that today is killing us. There are high rates of depression, there are high rates of loneliness, there are high rates of people using their private parts to attract people in their lives. Oh yes, you can attract a man and he'll stay shame for 2 years being this guy that you thought he was, simply because you just keep giving it to him. But a person can only pretend for so long before he shows you their true colors and they reveal. Shame. And once it's over, then you start seeing flames. And then you come tell us Gutu Umjolo is doing you other things. No. Can we just be attracted to each other because of our minds and our hearts? Please, know who you are and use that authentic self to be attractive. Women can be very attractive without showing any cleavage.
But can you, for me...
And she goes straight into the questions. Let's go.
No, that is very important because that's what is happening, and I'm glad these beautiful babies are here so that they can grow up and you nurture them. I like the fact that you touched on the topic. But you men have created a certain, how can I put this? Like English is gone now.
Yeah.
Yes, it's like a requirement because now it's easy for me because I'm self-aware.
You walked right straight into it. Thank you for that.
But it's not easy for her because as young as they are already doing that to please the man.
Men, okay, wait. Thank you. Let's.
Of women and individuals of how we should look, how perfect we should look, our curves, our colors, our hair, and all that. But now you are saying the opposite.
I'm glad you went there. I'm glad, and I'm happy that a woman went there. We did not create it.
You did.
No, please hear me out. We did not create it, right? Look, if you go to the shops, you see women's magazines. What is written there? How to keep a man, how to look sexy. Who creates or designs lingerie? Who promotes women's activities where, what do they call these things, pajama parties or whatever, lingerie parties? Who does that? When a couple gets married, a woman is set down and she's told by women, you need to please a man. Who created that? Women. Who does not require men to live up to a certain benchmark? It's women. If you required me to commit to you before we get to be intimate, what would I do? I would always strive for that higher benchmark. But if you say, I'll show you Serupenyana, come, and I fool you into thinking that I am what you need, and you give it to me, I've seen that works. And then what do I start doing? I start to have that entitlement mentality. No, if you don't want to give it to me, I know the next one is going to give it to me. And if I go to the next one and she does give it to me, why would I then expect it from you? So the bar has been lowered for men. Very low. Look at the clothes that women wear. They're designed by women. Look at the poses that women do. They go. And you tell me it's men.
No, it's not you.
Look at the clothes that, no, just look at the clothes that women wear, right? It's because the benchmark has been set so low. If my mother teaches me that I need to respect a woman, that this is what I need to look for in a woman, and she holds me to that standard. If my father models positive masculinity, and I get to see the kind of women he admires, then which standard am I going to go for? The higher one. But unfortunately, I can see she really wants me off this podium, and we're just getting started. But because of time, we will not be able to get there. But here's what I want to tell you. If we start having higher expectations of each other, we will change how we see and respect each other. Here's a simple thing. I got my nails polished. When was it? Yesterday. Ne? And that's the first time I did that in a very long time. But all the while, my wife has been required to do her hair, to do her nails, to dress beautifully. But none of that was expected of me. But the moment it was expected of me, I realized that I need to up my game. If I can get away with just walking around and not shaving and not cutting my hair, and I just get away with it, but she cannot be allowed to get away with messy hair. She'll always be expected to live to a higher benchmark while I'm expected to live up to a lower benchmark. So let's raise the bar for all of us, girls and boys. Raise the bar. You are here in an institution of higher learning. Mrs. Naidu there was talking about lifelong learning. Let that lifelong learning be in all areas of your life. All. If you are a thinker at school, be a thinker everywhere. Be difficult to your parents because you're asking respectfully the right questions. Okay, Mama, I hear you say that. Okay, Papa, I hear you say that. Malume, I hear you say that. But this and this and this, and you show them that you're thinking. No, I want to go out to a party simply because my friends are going to a party. Helaban, you're not thinking. I'm not going to take you seriously. But just because somebody else is doing it, therefore I want to do it. Just because it's popular, then I'm going to do it. I'm going to say this and I'm going to go there. Just because somebody identifies as a pen and they've chosen their agenda, therefore, Nami, I'm going to go with it. Oh, there's gender fluidity. Oh, so Nami, I'm just going to go and ask, what is that, and then go with that because I don't want to conform to these gender roles. Like, there's so much that we can talk about. But learn to think. Dr. Mhlongo, we started out as coach and client. If I think about my coaching clients, she's been one of the best because she never allowed me to present something without questioning it. Yes, I hear you, but receive it, synthesize, reason, analyze it, conceptualize, but it doesn't make sense. Reject it or question it. Right now, we've got politicians doing all sorts of nonsense just for votes so that they can be in power and chow. But we are not thinking. Just because they give us food, t-shirts, and they pretend as if they care, we fall for it. Just because a guy can flash money, can throw material things at you, doesn't mean that he loves you. Just because a woman can show you her body, her nudity, can send you nudes, doesn't mean that she is actually interested in you. Yo, there's so much I can say. Thank you for your kindness, for your patience. I'm one to like be long-winded, but thank you for your indulgence.
You understand. Thank you so much. Yeah, ne? Mujol. Ne? Yeah, guys, like you said, we should be able to also be respected for other things other than those that other people want to be respected for. So in this conference, we want to be respected for our intellects. That's why we are here to learn, and that's why we are here to be developed, to be trained. So let us be respected for other things, and also choose what should enslave you. Like he said, let's not be enslaved by other things. Let's choose wisely to what should enslave us. With that in mind, it's time for Q&A. I am going to cut it short, unfortunately. Yes, I'm noting one person already. Just the Q&A, 5 minutes, and then to whomever the question is referred to, we are going to allow them to answer. Please note the questions if they are for you, and then we'll answer. I noted a hand at the back, And then I note one hand here from our participant here in our game that we're playing with the red t-shirt. Yes, we can ask questions. A mic, there's a mic available. I'll just pass it.
There we go. Thank you very much, Program Chair, and a word of gratitude to the speakers as well, who canvassed very important topics and conversations that we need to really take note of. My question is for Ms. Naidu, specifically about RefWorks. So can a writer employ RefWorks in the midst of actually having started their writing already, or need it be something that from the first footnote they are already using RefWorks? Because I do have a student who really struggles with some footnotes, and I would like to direct them to RefWorks, but they've started already. So is there a way that to employ RefWorks midway? Of course, the bibliography then will also need to cover the footnotes that were present before RefWorks was employed. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much for that question. Yes, it is possible. I can actually show the student how to actually import the references by using a specific tool on RefWorks. As long as the student has the resources or the sources saved in a specific folder as a PDF, we can actually bring it in manually into RefWorks. So it is possible. Thank you.
Information that I know we'll need. So how do I access all of that? I just need, how do I access all that information, because I couldn't take everything down?
Okay, so the slides will be made available to the program directors or to the organizers. And what will be really important is to note that the e-resources available via the library page, the databases, are available to all registered students and academics. So you have to go onto the library site and be able to, for beginners, I will encourage you to attend a training session, and you can actually start that conversation with me so that you have a one-on-one session with me. It can be very intimidating because today we did not zoom into navigating into a specific database. I just did an overall session just briefing you with what's out there.
Thank you.
All right.
To the second speaker. Okay, that was very interesting. And what I found very interesting was the blame game where the men will be blaming the women, and the women will be blaming the men for the standards that are there right now currently. And I think the biggest problem that I want to go to the question, and the biggest problem that I've seen is how we have shifted from the traditional way of living, right? Which was mostly influenced by Christianity or African belief systems, to us becoming liberated currently. And I think as we become liberated and as we liberate both the gentlemen and the ladies, there's always that question, to what limit do we enjoy this liberation? And I think the whole question becomes there. We are okay with women getting liberated to this extent. We're okay with them getting educated, getting certain roles and everything else. But we're not okay with them dressing like this, or we're not okay. So the limitations thereof. Remember, it was easier then when we were accountable to cultural values or to Christianity and stuff. But currently, what then do we become accountable to? I think that's where the problem becomes. It's easy, if then you are speaking as a Christian pastor, it will be easy because we'll know what you will just reference the Bible, and then we become accountable to that. But in a general setting, what then do we say we become accountable to? You know, thank you very much.
Thank you for that question. So, here's the thing. We can hide behind Christianity, religion, and everything. It's very easy. It's very easy to tell her that she cannot question me because I'm her elder and she must respect her elders, she must respect Ubaba and all sorts of things because the Bible tells us so. But what we need to accept is that people are evolving and changing, and the children that we're giving birth to now are questioning things more and more because it needs to make sense to them. Now, to use culture and tradition is also another lazy way of doing it. Because there was a time when that was relevant, that was then. But I always say, let's think about it. Let's take those traditional practices, those cultures that they existed there, and let's transcend them through time and the evolutionary process. And what will go through? Our Rwanda was still good. They were there. Our calls still relevant. In what sense are they relevant? So it goes back to thinking. If you say, should women be liberated and allowed to be liberated, why were women in the first place not regarded the same as men? So we go back and say, but why? If you look at the African practices then, I'm sure they're different to how we see them now. We as people, thank you. As people have this thing of wanting to romanticize the past. We love it. Hey, apartheid was good. Hey, you know, this was good then. But in honesty, it wasn't. There were damages which were caused. So what is relevant today? Women firstly need to be seen as equals. We as men need to be seen as equals. We are all people firstly. If I want to cry as a man, I'll cry. I can see you disagreeing. The thing of saying tigers don't cry, have you ever seen a tiger not crying? It's all false. So we've got all these false narratives. So today, where we can start is, we are all equals. You are thinking, you are a thinker, you're a human being. You've got your individual talents, gifts, and skills. He has the same. So how are we engaging? The thing with women empowerment is that it ignored the mathematical equation. What you do on the left, you do on the right. So women were empowered and emancipated, but men were left behind. How were men left behind? I still think you need to come home. And then there's this empowered woman now. She knows her worth. She comes home, you be barefoot and pregnant in the kitchen. And she says, no. You tell her to be submissive because the Bible says she must be submissive, and we misquote the Bible to our convenience. When the Bible says, be submissive one to another. When are you not going to be submissive to her, but she must be submissive to you? And she calls you out on that. Because now you're frustrated, the only way you know is to fight. Or you go out there and you seek umakwapeni, enyadzi, who's not going to question your decisions. So, as women were emancipated, men also needed to be empowered to understand that there's a new woman coming. And this is how you can engage her. You need to be an emotionally matured male. The liberation issue and the freedom, and unfortunately as human beings, we cannot exist outside of regulations. We can't. If you give a human being no rules, no regulations, good luck to you. That's why children need rules. That's why there needs to be certain policies, procedures, guidelines. That's why there needs to be laws, because as people, we are incapable of self-regulation. Thank you. I'm nervous because this may be one of the difficult questions I'll.
Good morning, everyone. I go by the name of Kanyisilia Mutening, and I'm from Butewotebo Secondary School in Zonfo. So, my question is to you, sir. My question is, you say that we should take risks in order to achieve what we want, or to achieve what we want to do, right? And then my question is, how do you deal with pressure? How do you deal with neglection? Then what's your motivation?
How do we pressure? How do we rejection or things you don't have a microwave solution? Neglect, often when it has started out from childhood, then it's going to take a continuous process of working through the issues. So that's not going to be like an easy thing. But when you know that there is something like that, when you sit down, you think, I could have been better, but I've been neglected on this, I've been neglected on that. Then, one, get a coach. Secondly, go to therapy if you can afford it, or if your parents can. But getting a coach is very important. And don't get a coach. The important thing about a coach or a mentor is don't get somebody who will want to duplicate themselves in you. I need to know who bring the best of Kanyisile out of Kanyisile and highlight her strengths. Now, in terms of taking risks, always start small. Because when you think about an earlier example that I made about the father taking the child and throwing them up, he will not first take them and throw them as high as he can, because the child is not used to being flung that high up. But he will take the child and then goes whoop, and go. Once she's used to that smallanyana hoop, and then it goes to a higher one. So you're always taking steps. What is it that you're afraid of? Face it. If you're afraid of opening to you, and then nothing happened when I brought it closer to me. You open the bottle. You see, it's one step. Oh. Smelling, okay. It smells like nothing, really. Take a small sip. You know, it's all about taking risks. Or maybe pour out a little what's inside the bottle, see what's there. But I'm not making it literal. I hope you get what I'm trying to say. What's the one thing that you would love to take a risk on and do?
I would say, what should I say, risk? Like, okay, what I'm afraid of right now is heights. So like maybe roller coaster now, yeah.
Okay, Please stand up. Please stand up. So you're afraid of heights? All right. Simple thing. Please push that chair a little. Chair. You see? Mothers, just be careful. Daddy said, stand on the chair. Mother says, just be careful. I don't. That's another thing. Whichever is you. This side. Okay. Let's put it this way so that when it flips. What happened? Okay, I can see you leaning. I wasn't even saying move, but you chose to do that. What? Around the room. Okay, please step down. Stop. Look around the room. Ne? Look at anything and everything, and then stand. Did you got up on the chair now? And then around the room. Do you see the room? You see it there. All you did was you were willing to take the step. You were willing to take the risk. You took the risk, you didn't fall. If that chair cracked, I still would have been here to cover you or do whatever, but you would not have died. But we would have tried another chair. And then if this table started cracking and going, we would have found another table, more stable table. So, is there really anything to fear?
I think it's because of what people say outside.
Thank you. So it's the voices that you've been listening to. You can. So this is an example. Whatever that you're afraid of, one step. One step. And then take it from there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And that was very insightful. I would like to call to the podium Dr. Mhlongo. She has something for us.
Good morning once again, everyone. It's been very insightful. One of the things that I enjoy, most especially with Mr. Kunene, is to pick his brain. As he said, he is my life coach, and we go on for hours until we get to a point where I say, okay, I see what you are trying to say. And most especially because he has a traditional way of looking at things, and I'm the complete opposite. But my sessions with him are always interesting. And with Mrs. Nadu, thank you so much for helping. She's one person that I know that with the moment the College of Law says, can you please be at this particular place because we need you to train She's always there. So thank you so much. She's literally carrying our students. And please do reach out to her because her one-on-ones are something else. By the time you get out of the session, you're like, no, I know the library website. I can handle it. And because I'm sure today she didn't have enough time. There are many databases. In fact, UNISA library is one of the biggest in the world. So please do reach out to her so that she can help you navigate the databases in terms of your research, whether at the undergrad or postgrad level, it doesn't matter. She is our personal librarian in the college. And with that, I would like to call both of them. We have some token of appreciation. Appreciation.
You see, they said to you, choose what enslaves you. They are here, they are presenting, sharing ideas, and they even get token of appreciation, guys. So let's do that and let's learn from that. We are going to take a 5 minutes break. Just 5 minutes, guys, just so that we can go to the restroom if we need be, and then we prepare for the next session. Just 5 minutes. And thank you to our presenters. It was very insightful. Thank you so much. 5 minutes break, guys. 25 to. Please, let's be back in our seats. Thank you so much. Can we just settle? It's mine. I keep moving it. Yeah, we are going to start now with Mr. Sikelela Ntlazi.
Yes.
He's going to be presenting to us about how to develop a research proposal. And yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to participate in this event. It is exceedingly important that, you know, emerging researchers and those already in the trenches of developing themselves and their skill come back, you know, to the starting point and impart whatever trade secrets and skills that they've learned in the process back to those who wish to who start the process from scratch and those who have just started the process, so they can achieve the feat with flying colors. So the program director and I have agreed for 10 minutes for my presentation, and I will try my best to stick to it because I'm also very So my presentation basically is on the essentials and elements and the mechanics of drafting a research proposal. So a research proposal is something that you will come across in your academic career after hopefully a very good stellar LLB graduation, where you want to register for a master's degree. And then after that, where you also want to register for a doctoral or a PhD degree. So both times you will have to tailor and design a research proposal between yourself and your supervisor. And the main function of a research proposal is to introduce your research in a manner which perhaps introduces the dichotomy, the legal dichotomy or the drama that you are trying to respond to, or you are trying to remedy, or perhaps you're trying to contribute to the remedying. Because also remember, as academics, we like to, you know, walk around the world with this certain hubris that we can answer all the world's legal questions and all the world's research questions all in one paper or two papers or a series of papers. But you must always remember one paper where you reach a finding based on any research and analyses done, questions will be raised based on your findings and based on your analyses. So your series will birth another series, which then birth a further series, which then might even inspire a budding researcher to, you know, author a PhD on that. So research is ever growing in its very nature. So that's just an introductory scope of how we ought to appreciate research. So a research proposal is basically an introduction, a document which is 20 to 25 pages max. So don't approach it, you know, thinking that it's going to be this long thing, arduous thing that's going to take you 8 months or whatever. Procedurally, with the University of South Africa, it ought to take you anywhere between 3 to 6 months to embark on your research proposal and complete a research proposal. So it is an introduction which sets out clearly what you are studying, why you are studying what you're studying, and what is your point of departure. So that is, I think, the first element where we can then construct all the other understandings and perhaps appreciate the mechanisms of a research proposal. Always remember this: when you approach a research proposal, you approach it with the idea of already having the foresight of the remedy which you will want to impart on this issue. You will approach a research proposal because you noted a certain gray area in the law, even if it is in the philosophy of the law or perhaps in the functioning of the law. So practically or philosophically, those two things can be answerable through a study which will be based on a research proposal. And the main thing, I am a supervisor to about 3 are about to graduate now, 2 with distinctions. I have about 12 master's students left, and I always tell them this: your most important feature of a research proposal will be your research questions. Some of my colleagues will disagree with me in this and say, no, the literature review is the most important, the methodology is the most important, but I will rest on the fact that I say the research questions, because the research questions are where you canvas for the reader what the legal drama is, what the dichotomy, what the issue, the gray area, that chasm between the understanding and the practice of law exists. That is where your study will contribute to perhaps building a bridge over that chasm, over that misunderstanding, over that gray area. So always consider a research question as your most important, or perhaps the most important thing. I always make the example to my students that if you ride a horse and you have the reins held on tight next to you, the horse will be trotting on stably, and if you pull to the right, the horse knows to go to the right. If you pull to the left, the horse will know to pull to the left. But if your reins are wobbly, if you have the reins all wobbly from your hands to the horse's snout, the horse does not know where to move. So the horse is, walking around and not feeling the path it should go. Research questions function exactly the same way. Research questions, when you get lost, if, for instance, you're on your chapter 2 or chapter 3 of your study and you forget perhaps what the whole point of chapter 3 was, where you forget the whole point of chapter 4, I always tell my students, go back to your research questions. What does chapter 3, or perhaps what does the third research question seek to answer? And that is answerable in chapter 3. So when they go back to the research question, then they are able to appreciate, oh yeah, the research theme, or perhaps the question I ought to answer in chapter 3 is the constitutional perspective of, home ownership for the rural South Africa. So always go back to your research questions. Madam Chair, I'm trying to go as fast as I can. Another thing that will really pillar your study when it comes to research and research proposal are your objectives and your aims. Your objectives and your aims are, share in a very symbiotic relationships, because those are the things that your research seeks to achieve. What does your research seek to achieve? And most of the time, I always tell my students, you perhaps have the idea of what the objective and the aim is, but you don't feel it's credible enough, you don't feel it's important enough, you don't feel it's, I don't trust my opinion. The very fact that you saw a gap in the legal sphere, or perhaps in the philosophy or practice of law, you already understand what the objective of your study is. It is to advance a thinking towards better understanding property ownership in rural South Africa. That could be an aim or an objective. So that is how you tailor objectives. You go back to your research questions, and not in a question form, but perhaps in a declaratory sentence form. This study seeks to achieve in point form 1, this, 2, this, 3, this, 4, and that. That is how you do objectives and aims. Now, perhaps the most arduous, I've got 3 minutes left on the dot. Perhaps the most arduous element of a research proposal is a provisional literature review. Here, first of all, let me open this by saying anyone can read a book, anyone can read an article, anyone can read a case law, and anyone can read anything. But if you are merely regurgitating to your supervisor or to the reader what is in the books, in the case law, in the articles, without advancing a critical analysis thereof, you've only done half the job. When you tailor a provisional literature review, you will write what the textbook said, what Mr. Kunene said, and then I don't want to know what Mr. Kunene said only. What is your opinion based on what Mr. Kunene? Critically evaluate whether Mr. Kunene goes far enough, or perhaps not even far at all, or perhaps he shies away from the critical edges of the issue. That is where your prowess as a growing and emerging researcher comes in, when you are able to forward a certain opinion based on the literature and the research you read. So always take that with you. It's not enough only to offer what the material says, what the research says. Evaluate what the research says. Perhaps in a paragraph form or two, after you canvass that piece of material, say, my critique to Mr. Kunene is that perhaps he approaches the issue from a very traditional perspective. which I don't think is very far from the truth because you are a traditionalist. So those are the things that emerging researchers have to understand when approaching studies in the form of research proposals. Madam Chair, I've got 1 minute, 12 minutes, 1 minute, 12 seconds rather. Chapter breakdown. A research proposal will always have a chapter breakdown, and a chapter breakdown invariably will have to change sometimes. In my case, but I will say this, it caused me a lot of anxiety. I'm in the last chapter of my PhD right now, my conclusion recommendations. And if I look at my chapters from chapter 2 to the final chapter right now, they don't look exactly like how I shaped them in the chapter breakdown. And that's okay, because remember, learning is an active skill. Learning is an active a practice that you do have to hone every single day. You read a book, you read an article, it might even shift your perspective a bit. So the chapter breakdown which you include in your proposal, where you say, chapter 2 will canvas this and that, chapter 3 will canvas this and that, perhaps you're going to come across a very revolutionary piece of material that now opens your blind spots to something else which you did not understand, or perhaps you did not think was applicable to the issue prior. It is okay to change your chapter 3 to something else which fits a more contemporary understanding of the issue. That is one thing. Prof. Dube is my supervisor. It's one thing that really, afforded me much anxiety, because I'm like, this is not what I plan to do. He's like, SK, it's fine, relax, because research is a living and active thing. So relax when your chapter breakdown is a more preliminary understanding of what you intend to do. So lastly, Madam Chair, I'm going to go an inch over time. So lastly, methodology. Now this is where, okay, let me just start off by saying a methodology is something that you will invariably have to do, even if you are a law student. For you high scholars, if you want to go into the sciences and to the arts and to, all of that, a methodology when you write a research is something you will have to embark on. A methodology is basically a scope through which the material you read will be interpreted, or perhaps the method through which your research will be collected and interpreted. So there's two predominant methodologies you will make use of, the quantitative and the qualitative. So the quantitative methodology is one where you make use of surveys and questionnaires and interviews, and actually your research is dependent on subjects, research subjects, where you interview people and actually form perhaps you decipher whether there is a trend in a specific field or not. That is qualitative. Quantitative is where you assess and evaluate the contents of books, literature, articles, case law, anything like that. So that's the more traditional library desktop method of research. There's a added element that I like to challenge my students to add in the methodology, and I always tell them you can still graduate without including it, but I always like them to graduate having included that. Understand a methodology as this: a methodology where you just canvas that I'm going to be embarking on my research through the qualitative method of research, blah, blah, blah. That's fine. However, in my opinion, specifically as Mr. Ndlazi, you're doing half the job. Some academics will say, okay, yes, that's perfect. I offer you an alternative jurisprudence where you consider a methodology as a piece of you that you offer the reader, a piece of you that stays forever in that piece of the article, where the reader will identify with you as the writer personally. And you do that by deciding first, from what perspective do I write from? How do I see the world? Am I a feminist? Am I an Africanist? Am I a white supremacist? Am I a womanist? All of those themes, or perhaps approaches, are applicable when you want to design a methodology, because when you break down the research and try to interpret it through an Africanist lens, it then makes the reader appreciate you from a personalized perspective. Most people like to say research is impersonal. I actually argue and say research is the most personal thing you can write about. However, removed from the issue. You don't want to say, I experienced this, I did this. No, that's too late. But when you want to offer the reader a piece of you, include the interpretive lens through which you see the world. You and I could watch the same news program at 8 p.m., Sally Burdett at ENCA at 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. and walk away with two vastly different takeaways. That all depends on the interpretive lens that we have on as conscious people who actually consume knowledge and then regurgitate out whatever we, interpret. So that's the methodology. Of course, the bibliography will always be a standard feature of a methodology. Program Chair, I hope I didn't go too far. Am I good? Thank you very much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, SK. He's the one who referred to himself as SK, so I'm going to do that. I do agree with what SK is saying. I think the research question is important. Because then when you ask the wrong research question, you're going to answer everything wrongly. You're not going to direct everything according to what you really wanted. So I do agree with him. Everyone else we are disagreeing with. So that is important, guys. And even, yes?
Program Chair, with all respect for you, I also left out one little thing. Thank you so much for also, coming back to the research questions. Always remember this too when tailoring research questions. If your research question is immediately answerable by a yes or a no, that isn't a research question. So if, does a person have the right to property in South Africa? The immediate answer is yes. So that isn't a researchable, legal research question. Perhaps you can then substitute that with saying, how far does the Constitution actually garner, or perhaps protect and preserve the right to property for people in rural South Africa? Now that requires engagement. That is a research question. So research questions should not be answerable by immediate yes or no.
It is important, guys. It really is. This is a serious thing, guys. When you start writing, you are going to struggle if it's going to be a yes or no. Because when your reviewer or your supervisor tells you that this is a yes or a no, go back and look at it. It's going to be frustrating. But it's okay. We learn every day. Yes, make sure it doesn't answer by yes or no. We learn every day. And also, it will help you. Your objectives and your aims will be shaped by that. So without wasting a lot of our time, I would like to call to the podium Dr. Rosemary Mwanza, who is going to present to us on how to publish from your master's and a doctoral thesis. Thank you so much.
So good afternoon, good morning, it's still morning. So before my slides are set, I will just start by introducing what it is I would like to speak about. And you will forgive me, my slides are not what I had initially, the way I had initially designed them. I did have a little problem with technology, so, but I'll try to make use of what I have. I feel, first of all, that I'm building already on what Mr. SK has said, but I come to this from the perspective of someone who did their PhD through publications. And through the process, I had to keep asking myself, or one of the most important things was to exerting myself so I can be very clear in terms of what research task I was handling in each of the publications that I made. And whether after I had compiled my work into a booklet, there would still be more research tasks that I can draw from the work I had just completed. So I will first talk about the research question I handled, but the point is not the substance of my research question, but mainly to point out the thought process that has allowed me to publish work and perhaps give you, hopefully you can take something that is going to be useful to you as you wrestle with the process of publishing. The first thing was taking seriously the literature review or the process of learning that comes before I was able to precisely state what my broad research question was. And I found that you can bring this kind of thinking all the way down to whether you want to publish a book or you want to publish an article. So mine was this, initially. So I bring here the unrevised version of my research question, the broad research question. I asked, what prospects does the constitutional right to a healthy environment offer as a regulatory modality for addressing corporate environmental damage in Kenya? It's a mouthful. So after posing this question, the second very important step is I thought about initially that what if someone was to tell me to write this as a short article? In the process of writing articles, you will usually stop and ask yourself, what is it I want to either argue or what do I want to demonstrate in this article? And you have to be able to state it with a level of precision early on, even if that statement works only as a provisional statement, because as you develop your research, you may go back and rework it. So two things here. Are you able, and this is something you don't necessarily do it perfectly, but you bring yourself to the place where you can state it with some level of precision. Then ask yourself, if someone was to ask me what it is I want to accomplish in this work I'm doing, either publishing a book, but in this case an article, would I be able to say this is what I want to demonstrate? And if you are able to state that, then it becomes easier for you to start thinking about the steps that you shall take to demonstrate what you have in mind. And steps usually develop as, someone building a house. You put one brick on top of the other, and there has to be a seamless connection between the brick that is below and the brick that is above. So if you want to demonstrate something, so for example, I want to demonstrate that someone can actually translocate from here to there by walking. How do I go about demonstrate that? So I think about the easiest way to demonstrate that that is possible. That is what you do when you're thinking about how to tackle the task ahead of you. So in order to do this, I thought, with this broad question that I have, I can break it down. Leave alone the research questions that came out of this, but I can break it down to specific research tasks. And that's what I did. So I thought, as a person who has before them very specific research tasks. And in the process of writing my proposal, I didn't start out with the ability of being able to state my research task with as much clarity as I could do later. But I tried in the beginning to do it anyway, and I would go back and think about it. Why was this important? This was important because of something similar to what Mr. SK has said. For every research task, I had to think about some will call it, I realized there are different academic cultures. So in the institution where I come from, some will call it a method. I'm more comfortable with using methodology because I understand also methodology as a perspective through which I'm going to look at the research task. So you don't, for this purpose, you don't have to remember the substance of my research task. The point to make here is that once you understand and you can state with precision the research question, then you can start the exercise of breaking the research task. Now, if you want to publish, at this point, you can also begin to think about your research tasks. Say, if you want to publish articles, you can start thinking about each research task as a research task that can be handled in a separate article, a standalone article. And the other thing I had mentioned earlier, that at this point, this is a good point to think about methodology. So I just want to pick one example of my own experience. From the beginning, the reason why it was possible for me to actually have this publications that tackle this question from different angles is not only because I was able to reduce the work to research tasks, but also in the beginning I gave myself permission to use a mixed method, approach. And I got some resistance from my second supervisor, but then I thought, let me give it a try. If at the end of it I will have published either very bad papers or not so good, I will have learned one important lesson, which is this, that publication is something you get progressively good at, and I will demonstrate in a short while how even the structuring of the titles of my papers became more precise as the time went by. So I call this, I should call it methodology, but I thought because I've broken it down to the different approaches or perspectives that I was looking at my research tasks, that I break it down as I've done here. So I'll just pick a random example. For the first question was, I wanted to understand the nature of the right to a healthy environment. And I felt that just reading about that from formal sources of law had not told me enough. So I said, I can approach these research tasks, and because usually you can have at your disposal many tools to deal with different research tasks. For this one, I chose to look at it by using theories of human rights. So you can see that things kept, and it looks very cacophonous here, but what connects this together is first, as I said, my research tasks were very, very clear from the beginning. So the fact that I could have many tools or many ways of looking or tackling a particular research task was not very concerning for me in the beginning, because I had taken time with the help of my supervisors to define the research tasks ahead of me. And then you can see that I also did use conceptual analysis of law. I studied my LLD in a European university. They tend to disfavor even the mention of doctrinal. In some universities, they don't want to hear it. They want to hear you to say, no, there's something else you're doing, perhaps not doctrinal. Then I dug and I thought, I think what I'm doing here is what one of those scholars say, conceptual analysis of law. And the point is not for you to remember the meaning of conceptual analysis of law, it's just to show that if your research tasks are clear, then you'll also be able to tackle the question of what method you're going to use for a particular research task with much more clarity. This is very important, the method, because it also guides you to figure out what more literature needs to be reviewed. What more literature needs to be reviewed is determined by your ability to decide what tools you're going to use or perspective you're going to look at the law by. So these are some of my outputs, and I thought just look at the first one. It's a mouthful. Even when I read it now, I'm thinking, oh, what was I trying to say here? But with time, things got better. And things got better. I was able to connect my process from the research question to the research task, method or methodology, and output. And it has continued to get better with time, because one of the most important skills I've learned to to prepare somebody or to be able to prepare a publishable article is to push yourself to be clear on your task and the how to, and to think about the end from the beginning. Think about what the final product might look like, because that also helps you reflect on whether the method you have chosen is going to work for the purpose you have selected it for. I want to end here. I said I'll keep it very short. Then if there are questions, I would be happy to answer those. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mwanza, for keeping time. That makes me a happy program director because, hey, it's tight. But then there's something that she says that I would like us to always remember, that she said something about publication being something you progressively become good at. So do not pressure yourself. You progressively become good at it. Just like the examples that she's shown us, she progressively became good at it. You learn from other people, you learn from other researchers, just like we are here. We are learning. You can actually see where your mistakes are and you change. So do not put yourself so much under pressure. We are here to learn and you never stop learning. So let's keep that in mind. And while we are at that, I would like to call again SK to the podium.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have a look at the program, my follow-up duty is to speak on the can I actually have the program? Is to speak on the different journals that we have at UNISA, which publish in different scopes of law and understandings and philosophies. And this is just to offer you some kind of understanding and background for you to decipher on your own whether or not one of these four journals is the most suitable for you. You can also, publish in any of them or all of them, depending on whether, of course, the submission that you have on offer to the journal is something that they identify with based on the scope of the publication. Out of deference for time and respect for the chairwoman, I will not be going through all the technicalities of the journals, how many words the abstract has to be, how many words the article has to be, all of those tiny minutiae. Those, I think, any emerging researcher can access on the platform of the various journals once they are ready to offer a manuscript to the journal. I will just be canvassing the scope of the journal and the review process, if that's okay. So the first of these is the SAPL. Oh, may I also just say that I will also be presenting on behalf of Ms. Tanya Bota, who couldn't be here this morning, as well as Dr. Olaniran Sunday, who's also held up next door and is the program chair rather, over next door. So I will speak on three scopes and peer review processes. So the first of these, if I may, will be the South African Yearbook of International Law, which is SAIL for short. And the scope of this, first of all, this publication is an annual publication published by the UNISA Press and administered by the university's Department of perhaps the Public, Constitutional and International Law Department, which I am a part of. I am also I don't know if I can say this, but sure. I'm one of the editors of this journal. So if you hand in a submission to the journal for prospective publication, more often than not, it will go through any of the, it will be assigned by the project manager, Ms. Botha, to any of the editors on hand, and then we will facilitate the process. So SAIL is accredited by the Department of Higher Education and Training of South Africa, so you don't have to worry about credentials. We're on the Pretoria Journal. We abide with all the rules and regulations formed and set by the Department of Higher Education and Training. So this yearbook publishes contributions in English in any area of international law, and we encourage articles and case notes on current issues which we can gain from in the space of international law, as well as appreciating on prior developments that took place during the year of the volume. So you don't have to, for instance, write on if you want to write perhaps an article or a case note on an ongoing case, if you reach the case, or perhaps if the interest to write on the case only arises after the case has been concluded and ruled upon by any adjudicating body, you can still write and publish on this, even though it is a post-fact, if you will. Although we publish articles in any area of international law, we particularly welcome submissions which do have an angle of South African or the broader African relevance and perspective. So the peer review process, you will also note that the peer review process of these journals might be, or perhaps might share a few similarities. So I won't go too deep into the peer review processes of all of them, but just note that most importantly, it is peer reviewed by means of a double-blind system to guarantee impartiality and focus on quality of the submissions. All articles submitted to the journal are peer reviewed by at least 2 reviewers, and the final decision in the case of a dispute between the reviewers lies with the editor. Although in all cases an attempt is made to reach consensus between the reviewers, we sort of appreciate an environment of democracy where both sides are represented and accounted for, because just because there's a disagreement between the reviewers does not mean one of them or either of them is correct. Perhaps we can reach a mutual and duly informed understanding of what the issue is, and then perhaps we can reach that sort of democratic decision. So in the editorial policy, I'll just be brief on this one as well. Again, this carries a lot of technicalities for the process, so please have a look at the website, on the UNISA Press website, and it will tell you in a more informed manner what the T's and I's, have to be crossed and dotted. So the contributions that have been published in part or in whole elsewhere or sent for consideration elsewhere will not be processed by any of the journals. We strive to publish articles which have an original sense, an original angle. So if you offer a portion of that article to any other journal, we will not consider it. It's better that you include an idea, or perhaps encompass an idea all in one article, and then you publish with one journal house. Most importantly, the journal will not publish submissions by the same author in consecutive volumes. Should the author still wish to publish, a one-year waiting period will apply before the article can be considered for publication, and SAIL uses the Scholar referencing method. Moving on to the next journal offered in the UNISA Press House, we have the Southern African Public Law, SAPL for short, and the scope and focus of this journal deals with matters relating to public law, but we also welcome any matters within the realm of constitutional law, administrative law, legal philosophy, legal and constitutional theory, law and government law, and closely related fields. So what we mean by closely related fields is that if you have an issue, perhaps if you have a theme or an idea that you would like to write on, perhaps it does not have to deal specifically with any of these named themes, but if it touches, or perhaps if it has an applicability to any of these named fields, that's what we mean by if it has a relation to any of these themes. Publications done in SAPL are also subjected to a blind review system, a double-blind review system, just to be exact, and they have to go through at least 2 reviewers. Again, we will not publish submissions by the same author in consecutive volumes. We also make use of plagiarism and authenticate, which for most first-time publishers, is a little bit of an anxiety situation, because you want to be original and you want to forward your idea, but also relying heavily on the research and what has been canvassed before. But you have to strike a balance between those two, where you don't overly plagiarize or perhaps overly take from another person's writings and present them as your own. Just a little bit of advice again. To the first-time researchers and first-time publishers, it is always good for you and it's always best to, at the very least, have a senior researcher to whom you can bounce ideas on, to whom you can relay some ideas where you want to write, because that person has done it more than a few times. They've already honed the skill and chiseled that capability, and perhaps will guide you away from any of these dangers where you could be caught out for plagiarism. The third, interestingly and very importantly for SAPL, is that from 2023, the SAPL Journal will be devoting a part of its issues to the publication of commentaries on public law development across the continent in indigenous African languages, accompanied by an English translation. This also goes hand in hand with the idea canvassed and birthed in so many governmental official documents like the NDP, like the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, SDG for short, where we want to equip people who don't have capabilities in English also to appreciate writings and philosophies and publications in the legal sphere. So there are some journals who don't do this, but not all of them. Actually, most journals don't do this than those who do. So this is actually quite a very important feat that SAPL is pioneering. So the last of these, Madam Chair, I hope I'm well into time. The last of these is the Journal of Law, Society and Development, JSLD for short. It is also housed in the UNISA College of Law, and within JSLD we publish multi, inter and transdisciplinary peer-reviewed articles which support especially women, black and young researchers by providing a platform to publish their work, with the aim of eventually obtaining an NRF rating. You'll also note that when things like NRF ratings are brought into the conversation, we're now speaking with the foresight of, the trajectory of your career. You have to publish, or you have to research in a manner that can be recognized and actually rated by the NRF, because that also boosts your profile as a researcher, as a writer, as an academic. It also heavily sets the scale to your advantage if you're looking to apply for a promotion or a higher position as a professor, associate professor at any university. They always will want to consider your NRF rating. So that's a very important one. And importantly, again, the journal also intends to act as a facilitator to build a cohort of scholars amongst the master's, doctoral, and postdoctoral graduate students through the articles which are being published in the journal. Again, the peer review process for JSLD is subjected to a double-blind review process, and we also make use of plagiarism as well as authenticate, also just to maintain the quality standard of the journals or the journal articles which we publish, to make sure that they are original, that they are cutting edge, that they are addressing issues which aren't already overdone. And also remember, even if an issue is quote-unquote overdone or over-researched or bitten to a pulp somewhere, maybe like the right to housing, there'll always be an element which is under-researched in that umbrella, or perhaps in that overarching banner of the right to housing. I made the example earlier on when I was making the presentation on drafting a research proposal. One of my students actually just graduated now, and she wrote on the right to housing, as in the Zimbabwean Bill of Rights, as well as the South African Bill of Rights. Now, another person will say, oh, come on, the right to housing, it's overdone already. But it always depends on the issue which you are addressing, on the issue which you are writing on. There's always a fresh and new approach, or perhaps the opportunity to canvass a fresh and new approach in the quote-unquote overdone and over-researched spheres of law. I don't even like using that term, overdone and over-researched, because, nothing can truly be overdone and over-researched, because there'll always be a gray area somewhere. Madam Chair, out of deference for time, I think that is my final stop. Thank you very much.
Guys, you have heard it for yourself. These journals are not, they're not backdoor journals, they're accredited journals. So let us please write papers and show that we are capable researchers. We do have mentors here, that's why we are here. We can still talk to them during lunchtime. You can bounce off ideas and see where you can perhaps do research on, but we do have a lot of mentors here. With that, I will call Dr. Lindelwa Mhlongo so that she can tell us more about journals.
Good day once again. Wow! What's happening, guys? Are you tired? No. You can't be tired. We're only starting. Like, literally, you still have the breakaway sessions, which will be very, very interesting. But so here I'm just going to talk about the Comparative and International Law Journal of Southern Africa, otherwise known as CILSA. So CILSA is also housed in the College of Law. We do publish with UNISA Press. In fact, all the journals within the College of Law publish with UNISA Press. We are open access, meaning you don't need to have a physical copy. Even though you have seen some of the physical copies, those are generally printed on request of our subscribers. We have a very large number of subscribers, and we generally print for that purpose only. Even though before we used to be able to print, we don't anymore for ease of access. And also because we have now moved and archived, ever since the journal has been in place, we haven't really archived, so we are now in the process of archiving all the papers, so you can go online. There are those that need you to pay, and then there are those that are free, and then you can just download. In terms of the scope, we focus on anything that has to do with international law. Oh, and by the way, we are an international journal, meaning we are accredited by IBSS, not just the Department of Higher Education and Training. So it's a highly sought of journal. We publish 3 times a year. And I would suggest that if you are interested in publishing with us, you should actually drop me an email to check where we are in terms of our issues, because sometimes you get authors who think they will appear in a particular volume only to realize that we are wrapping up that volume and we are about to jump into the next. And you might find that for others, promotion, work, and all of that, they are not able to be accommodated. So drop an email, let's see where we are in terms of the journal. And so I was still talking about the scope. We focus on anything that has to do with international law. However, we are broad in a sense that we also look at anything that has to do with law that takes a comparative angle. So it still could be, for instance, family law, but if you are looking at a comparative angle within your study, you can send it through with us. And as Mr. Ndlazi indicated, all the journals, some of the things are the same because as per policy, we have to sort of work within a particular standard, and therefore you have the double peer review. We focus on the peer review, meaning, so if for instance, you are an imaging researcher, if you come through and say, you know what, I'm gonna publish with you guys, we will send your paper to a seasoned or to an established scholar. However, we'll also try to source a reviewer who is somewhere in your level, who can also look at the journal. So we also do a peer review, not just a double review. Sometimes it's difficult to find people who are experts in a particular field or who are at the level of the author, but we do try to accommodate them. So even though the journal is an international journal, don't be intimidated as an imaging scholar, do approach us. And if we really can't help in terms of the manuscript, we will guide you in terms of what to do to improve it or where to take it if really it doesn't fit our scope. And also the OSCOLA, it's for all the journals in the college. We use it at the OSCOLA guide. I don't know if Ms. Yegis took you through how to actually do OSCOLA. If you haven't and you would like to publish with all of us, and whether it's SAPR, SAVIL, or SILSA, do get in touch with her so that she can train you on how to actually do RefWorks, because our RefWorks has already been structured for OSCOLA, so you don't need to manually do everything. You just download RefWorks and then it does the bibliography and the footnotes for you. And then in terms of how long our turnaround time, it's generally 6 months. So that is from the submission stage. And that is because when you submit your manuscript, we first do what we call preliminary review, where me and the other editors, we go through the paper, we check the similarity report. He spoke about the Authenticate, so that's the tool that we use. I know most of you might be familiar with Turnitin. It works similar to Turnitin, except for the journals we use that particular tool. So we'll check the similarities, we'll check if it meets the scope of the journal, we'll also check if you have complied with the house style of referencing. And once that has happened, we then move it to the, and you will see on the system, the OJS system, as we move forward with your paper. And then from there, it will move from submission, and then it will go to review, where we are now able to assign reviewers. And then once that has been done, we then move it to copy editing, and then finally to production. So that process takes about 6 months. And then I must just say, although this has nothing to do with just the journal, but the papers which will be presented here at the conference, we are going to publish a special issue for all the papers. Last year we used SAIL. This year we are going to use SILSA. So if you have presented a paper that fits into SILSA, you can submit it into the OJS system. And then we also have, and this information is also in the call for papers, but for those who haven't really gone through the call for papers, I'll just share it. So we also have the book which will be published with UNISA Press, and that will be a themed book which will also focus on one of the sub-themes in the conference, which is the teaching of international law. And if you are writing from that angle, please consider submitting it. We will now announce the details on Friday during the gala in terms of how do we move forward with the papers that have been presented in this conference. And with that, thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that presentation, Dr. Mhlongo. I think now it's time for questions. If anyone has questions on the presentations that we just received, from the one that SK did about how to develop research proposal, Dr. Mwanza's presentation, and the presentation about journals. If we do have any questions, we will be taking questions right now. Yes, I note you, and I note you in that one. And I will probably close it at that, depending on how we go.
Good morning. I'm Ms. Lala, accompanying these kids here from Botibotsibo High School. I just wanted to direct a question to Mr. SK. It's on the research proposal. Let's say, for instance, let me just give an example so that I'll understand you clearly when you explain. Let's say, for instance, we are doing research. Let me just take education because I'm more familiar with education. Maybe research on educational philosophies, right? And then as a teacher, you are supposed to pick a philosophy that you resonate with, that you can relate with. Now, I'm just on the substitution part because you mentioned that, you know, you shouldn't be using I, but now, instead of using I, sometimes we use one may say. Can you just give me some tips there that how can I make the research more personally? Because now you know the redundancy of using one may say, how can I make it more personally as you just mentioned, please? Thank you.
Let's take the questions and then you respond later. Okay.
Good morning. So my question is for Mr. SK then. I'm also on my research level now, and the next I'm going to do the dissertation. So I wanted to ask about because I even noted it down, the chapter breakdown. Because usually on the research proposal, I've already broken down the chapters. So I wanted you to explain the chapter 3. How do I now change that chapter breakdown? And is that allowed with all the supervisors, or it's only students who you're supervising? And also, another question on the methodology. You said there's the qualitative, the quantitative, which is very famous and we know about it. What is the third one? I forgot about it because you just said personalize the methodology, but I forgot what you said the third one is for your students. And my last question is for Ms. Lindelwa. Actually, me and Ms. Lindelwa come from the same area. I'm so proud of her. Yeah. Same, yeah, like, she motivated me. I'm coming for that PhD. I wanted to ask about your journal, like if I want to publish, because I didn't understand the comparative, because my research is about comparing business rescue and liquidation proceedings. So can I publish on your journal editors? I don't remember what that is. Yeah.
Okay. There is the qualitative and the quantitative. So I wanted to understand, if maybe it might be the third one, but if there is a hybrid one, whereby can you use both, or is this like you are strictly allowed to use one of the two? That's what I wanted to ask.
Very much for your questions. I will tackle them as quickly as I can, Madam Chair. Let me start with the last question, if I may. Of course, 100%, we actually encourage hybrid methodologies because when you approach an issue from perhaps okay, approaching an issue from an individuated methodology will still give you some answers that you can work with, some answers that you can use in your study. But approaching an issue from a hybrid perspective will then broaden not only the material you use, but also the interpretive lens, the interpretation method that you use. You can definitely use, for instance, to research. Law students especially like to use the qualitative, and then trends in the sciences and the mathematicians and all of those guys like to use the quantitative, but that is not set in stone. Law students and people in the arts and in the philosophies can use both qualitative and quantitative. And to answer your question, I think you're looking for the comparative methodology. I will say this though, those are not the qualitative and the quantitative aren't the only bedrock methodologies you can use, but they are the two predominant methodologies that researchers can employ to approach their writings. The comparative one, I've got a student who I mentor over there, Utando Loike. She will also tell you that I tend to shy away from going into the comparative as easy as it says, as easy as the other ones, because perhaps I've suspected and I've analyzed and I've assessed that people don't understand that the comparative methodology is the most difficult, in my opinion, because comparing two jurisdictions to analyze an issue isn't as easy as what is the position on the South African Bill of Rights as well as the Zimbabwean Bill of Rights. When you seek to do a comparative research, you have to understand the history of the nation. You have to understand the philosophies which inform the laws of the nation. You have to understand the financial system of the nation. You have to understand the contemporary position of the nation. So all of those elements go into understanding an issue from a comparative approach. This is why when people say, I want to compare America and South Africa, I can already tell them you're about to do a ton of work. Number one, the groundwork you're about to do is quite arduous because you have to canvass the history of both jurisdictions and also be sober to the fact that perhaps the answer will not be one line, will not be a straight one-liner because the regions are so far apart in terms of the worldview, perhaps even the personality of the country, if you will. Now, perhaps comparing regional neighbors, then it's a much easier because we do share some similar traits historically. So that might be easy for you, but always remember when you do a comparative, you're now asking to do much more work than the person who does the qualitative will do. Do you understand? But also, you can do a comparative, you can do research using the comparative methodology in a qualitative manner. Do you know what I mean? All of those things can feed into each other, but it's your responsibility as the researcher to keep a straight line between those two. And in research, Dr. Mhlongo will also tell you there's something called the golden thread of research. Your chapter 1 needs to consciously feed into your chapter 2, and chapter 2 needs to consciously feed into your chapter 3. If a person picks up your thesis from the library and goes to your table of contents, and goes immediately to chapter 3, they already need to understand a background of the issue without having read chapter 1 and 2. That is because the golden thread of research is right there, and the golden thread of research is something that will always be present, regardless of whatever modality of research you employ. I hope I answered your question. Chapter breakdown. So going back to, again, I do confirm what I said. It's okay to have an actual existent chapter 3, which is somewhat different to what your chapter breakdown looked like, or perhaps presented itself to look like, but it's always your responsibility. Let me first actually contextualize this by saying, when you write a master's dissertation or a doctoral thesis, the first chapter, chapter 1, will be your last chapter. It will be the last chapter you attend to for 2 reasons. First reason is this: your proposal, there is some value in doing your proposal very well. Very, very well, because then your proposal inevitably will turn into your chapter 1, because the same thing you do in the proposal where you introduce your concepts, introduce the philosophies, try to iron out what issues you're going to be dealing with, that's exactly what chapter 1 does. So I tell my students, it's okay to copy and paste your proposal into your chapter 1, but you don't leave it there. Once you finish with the grander study, your chapter 2, 3, 4, and 5, you go back to chapter 1 and tailor chapter 1. Don't call it a proposal anymore. Call it introductory chapter. Call it a chapter 1. Go back and inform chapter 1 with some of the things that the reader can expect based on what you achieved in the grander study. That's the first reason, actually. And the second reason I've already actually explained. It's because the chapter 1 information will change inevitably because of the analyses and the interpretations of Rice and all the discussions you did in chapter 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that is how you go back to change your chapter breakdown. You literally go have a look at what your chapter 3 says. You extract a theme. You go back to your proposal. Actually, not your proposal, because now you're done with your proposal at this point. So you will not be altering the proposal, but you'll be altering the chapter 1. You inform chapter 3 with exactly what chapter 3 contemporarily looks like. Do you get what I'm saying? Okay, and education, research proposal, choosing a philosophy, using eyes, how do you make it personal without the... So it can be a difficult thing to do, to remove yourself from the research when it is, in fact, personal. Yesterday, I actually had a meeting with one of my master's students, a Centurion, where he was telling me that this topic, he's actually writing about property ownership, insecure property ownership for people living in rural South Africa, with Limpopo as a case site. And he said, this research is so personal to me, I could cry when I write it. I say, listen, do everything you need. Laugh when you write it, cry when you want to, do whatever. Because then you inform the research with almost a realistic approach. But straddling the line of realistic and contemporary and real, and not falling over to making it too personal, because remember, I don't want to feel like I'm reading an article in a magazine or an autobiography. The issue, always go back to the issue. Consider what the issue is. Insecure property ownership for people living in rural South Africa. It's fine if you know that issue intimately. But the person reading your article or your study will not know that Sigalela is from rural South Africa and he has experienced insecure property ownership. And it might also even be distracting if it comes across from the papers that I know this matter perhaps too intimately, because then it will stop feeling academic and feel almost like an op-ed, almost feel like a blog post. Those we can make personal. But the issue, you always have to respect the issue and understand that the issue is not only your issue as Sigalela Ndlazi, but it is an issue of the community. You don't own the issue, you have experienced it, you have partaken in the experiencing of the issue. So respect the fact that when you make it too personal, you water it down, because then you are adding those distractions to it. But if you approach the issue from a respectable, still academic and realistic perspective, you can still make a valuable study. You also mentioned philosophy. So choosing which philosophy or methodology you want to employ, again, depends on you as the academic, as the reader. You might want to write from a womanist approach, a feminist approach, an Africanist and decolonial approach. No one should tell you or perhaps no one should impose on you what your approach or perhaps what your interpretive lens of the issue should be. That is all up to you. This is where I always tell my master's students that you already having registered for a master's study, you already sign on the dotted line that you contractually will have an opinion on something. Having perhaps embarking on a master's is literally agreeing to have an opinion on something. Nothing drives me more insane than when people want to do a master's degree, but when I ask them, well then tell me, where is the gray area and what is your study going to contribute towards remedying this gray area? I'm not too sure, I'm not sure either. So you registered for a master's study without even an opinion. And I think it goes back perhaps even further to taking risks, to what Mr. Kunene said. I feel like more than not, we already know what we want to say. We already know how we want to say it, but we're just unsure because we think, who's going to listen to me? Perhaps maybe this is not the smartest idea in the room. Perhaps I'm not going to make the most sense. Take that risk though, it's fine, take that risk because you are going to author a research paper where your opinion, your academic opinion is going to come forth and you may share an opinion with someone else, but what differentiates that opinion or perhaps the whole study from that other person is the interpretive lens you use to interpret the material that you come across. I feel like I'm going on and on, I'm sorry.
Thank you. So just to add to what Mr. Ndlazi said regarding the methodology, for many students it's actually intimidating and understandably so, but look at it this way. Have a structure of what you want to achieve and then have the main methodology. And then you could, for instance, in your chapter 2, generally chapter 2 is a background where you will provide a historical background and all of that. And then your chapter 3 will, in most cases, be now where you start to introduce the literature, because obviously you do work with the existing literature. And then you start interrogating that. Once you now move on to your chapter 4, for instance, if you are doing a comparative study, then you start to bring in the jurisdictions that you want to focus on in your study. And in my head, this thesis has 5 chapters, and therefore you now move on to conclusion, creating that golden thread that he spoke about. Now, with the methodologies, you also need to remember, especially if you are doing your qualification with UNISA, that there is ethical implications for both. For instance, if you are going to do a quantitative, you will need to apply for ethical clearance and you will need what we call Form 1. And Form 1 basically means you will be interacting with live things. It could be human beings, it could be animals, it could be plants, but you need to apply for that ethical clearance. Whereas the other one, which we legal scholars usually do, is the desktop. And we don't, so you still apply for the ethical clearance, more especially in your studies, your formal studies, you still need to apply for the ethical clearance. That one, it's quite straightforward. You don't need to show that, for instance, if you are going to interview kids, how are you going to protect the information that you will receive in terms of their identity and. So those are the things that you also need to consider. And I'm saying this because we sometimes have a situation where the students don't go through that process at the beginning of their studies. They realize that once they have submitted their notice of intention to submit, and they are told that, but you didn't apply for an ethical clearance, you haven't basically been cleared to actually conduct this particular study. So once you have identified the legal gap, not the factual, it has to be legal because we are legal scholars, so your problem must be legal. You now need to look into those ethical considerations because they will affect your study. And then now coming back to your question, Ms. Mzimba. So the journal, yes, it takes papers which focuses on a comparative angle, and there you could, for instance, deal with 2 jurisdictions. However, as Mr. Ndlazi indicated, they shouldn't be too far apart in terms of the similarities and what you want to achieve. And for some reason, many people like comparing South Africa with America, and you're like, okay, when you now look at the reasons for them choosing that particular jurisdiction, you're like, okay, I'm not sure how, practically speaking, we can actually achieve what you want to tackle in your study. So you can look at the countries, and you can look at the laws within those countries, or you could look at the laws are there in both countries, but the implementation thereof. Is one country implementing the very same principle better than the other, where you are now comparing the principles and not just the law? So you streamline it into a particular principle. And I'm saying this because I come from an international law, an international economic law perspective. So we generally deal with principles, which is why I'm using it as an example. And then you streamline it. However, when you do that, just remember not to move away from the center line, because then that will inform how we and the reviewers look at your paper. And can I just say that the journal, SILSA, accept papers which are between 8,000 and 12,000 words, and therefore if your paper is within those parameters, it can be sent there. And then with case notes, it's 5,000, with book reviews at 3,000. And can I also say that should you, and I'm sure when Dr. Mwanza was talking about publishing from your thesis, should you also consider SILSA, please remember that our threshold, and I'm not sure what the threshold for other journals are, but our threshold in terms of the similarity, it's actually 50%. So you need to at least come up with original aspect which is sitting at 50. Anything above that will be rejected because it means the work is not necessarily original. And those are the things that you need to look at, because sometimes authors do get frustrated. But we do publish book chapters, we do publish your chapters within your thesis and dissertations. But also to protect yourself and also to protect the journal, should you decide to do that, please declare that you are going to publish a chapter from this particular thesis and you provide the title, so that even as we move along with the review, we are aware and we do know that this is actually a publication from an already published work, because otherwise we drop the threshold. So just look into those things should you consider publishing your chapters. Thank you.
So that's something that maybe people do not really consider. Some journals do not want or do not, let me just choose this. Some journals do not usually publish chapters, and this is something that we can actually make use of and take advantage of. But like she said, be aware of what percentage that they're looking for, so maybe probably add other things in there so that at least it's something new. That's something I've actually also learned today that I didn't know. Thank you for that. Now it is the time that we were all waiting for, especially me. Food time, guys, food time. I miss my breakfast, and this is the time the time where we can also engage. It's not only about eating food, but we can also engage. Go speak to Dr. Mhlongo, go speak to Dr. Mwanza. Ask questions that you are not able to ask during the presentation time. So now we are going to go for lunch break, and we are going to come back at
13:30. We are going to do breakaway sessions. There are going to be presentations in both halls. You will just see where you will be able to go or any topic of interest. But anyway, thank you so much. You've been a great bunch. Let's go for lunch. Thank you so much.
One, are you all sorted with food or everything, drinks? So our exam hall B session will just start it now. Because of time management, I will not be long, because I only recognize that we defeated by the time, but I will only direct the program so that we finish early. Maybe we can catch up after that. So those who still want to catch up, let's take this opportunity to the session 2, which is, I just want to acknowledge the guests from different stakeholders, academics that attended and students that are contributing to the conference, 3rd annual conference for the College of Law. So now I will take this opportunity for the panelists, the presenters that are going to present today. So I just want to check if they are all here before we started. Then I will just read your name and you raise your hand so that I recognize that you are here. I just want to start with, why did chicken cross the road? Because now we are on the research where we have to publish papers to different journals. So I just want to know if Kamoelo Ramej is here. Okay, thanks. Lifuno, Tokyo. Happy Ralegilia. Mamatle Sivey. Okay, Deborah is not here. Dr. Deborah is not here. Then I think we are covered. Then section 2, focus on the civil society, identity, immigration, spirituality, racism, and xenophobia. I just want to say nepotism, but I think for the next conference we need to put nepotism there. Then it's xenophobia. So now I will ask Kamuel Rameji to present, since we don't have a Lifuno Tokyo. Then Kamuel will present navigating the landscape of automatic termination of employment contract in South Africa. So we will all focus and gain knowledges on the presentation by Kamohelo. So Kamohelo, now is your turn. Then I think I will give you 15 minutes for presentation. Then another 5 minutes, then I will see if maybe I can add. Thanks. Okay, before Kamuelo, do you mind all of you guests and panelists to at least to give support to each presenter, so that even comment, I think the comment and question will be after the sessions, so that you can write everything that you want to write, then we'll ask the presenter after the sessions. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I'd just like to correct, my name is not Kamugalo Ramaj, it's Ramai. So I think there might have been some mistake. Yes, so I was supposed to be doing this topic with my supervisor, but then he's not here. I am an LLM student. So some of the contents here are harvested from my dissertation. So before I start, I would like to quote some words affirmed by Chief Justice Muckleneuk in the case of Public Protector versus the President of South Africa. This thing is slow. So, in this case, Muckleneuk was actually affirming the Latin maxim that says, the law is not an S. So, in his words, he said, when he was describing what he said, after all, the courts exist not to crush or destroy, but to teach or guide, caution or deter, build and punish constructively. And that ought to be the purpose of the law in our constitutional dispensation, considering our injustice-riddled past. The law ought not to be applied mechanically, regardless of whether the outcome yields justice or inequality, for then it could be the S that it has occasionally been allowed to be prior to our current constitutional dispensation. So as I move, I think you'll understand why I quoted this one. So the topic of my paper was navigating the landscape of automatic termination of employment contract, as you've seen there. So my topic will cover, my presentation will cover the introduction and will also state when does automatic termination of employment contract occur, the legal implications it has, and also how to avoid it or how to run away from it. So first of all, automatic termination of employment contract refers to a situation whereby the employment contract will terminate automatically without any alteration from the employer or either employer giving notice or taking action. So this will differ from other forms of termination of employment contract, such as when the employee resigns or when the employee has been dismissed, because that one will require action from either the employee or the employer. So job security is also a major concern in the current world. I think we've noticed it that even in South Africa, there's use of temporary employment services more than the formal economic employment. So under this aspect, the employer does not need to comply with the procedures to fairly dismiss the employee, as outlined in the Labor Relations Act. So the common law principle of odi patem, odi alteram patem, that says no man shall go uncondemned, will not apply in this instance. This was also affirmed in the case of Masinga and others versus the chief of the South African National Defence Force, whereby the employees, they were dismissed, so they wanted to appeal, stating that they were not granted an opportunity to go for the hearing. However, the court affirmed these views in paragraph 50 when they said the dismissal occurred by the operation of law and there is no right to any hearing. They were fired in terms of section 59.3 of the South African Defence Force Act. So legislations giving effect to this principle are Public Service Act 103 of 1994, Educators Act 76 of 1998, the Defence Act 42 of South African Police Service Act. The Defence Act 42 of, of 2002, and also the South African Police Service Act 68 of 1995. So those are the legislation that I will also touch on. So in this presentation, I will also outline how the automatic termination occurs. So traditionally, the employment contract will be ceased when the employee is absent from work for a prolonged period due to either illness or injury, and because such will lead to incapacity. So the contract, that's when the contract will expire. So then now, first point that I will touch on about automatic termination is when the employees abscond from work. So in the public sector, the automatic termination of employment contract will occur when the employee is absent from work for a period exceeding 30 days without any approval from the line managers. And then in terms of public sector employees, that will be in terms of Section 17.3 of the Public Services Act, and those who fall under military, that will be Section 59.3. So for educators, this is a bit slightly different, because for them, is if they abscond work for more than 14 days without the permission from their HODs. So in terms of imprisonment, we have Section 59.1D of the Defense Act, which provides that the services of the member of the regular force is terminated through the operation of law if he or she is sentenced to a term of imprisonment by a competent civilian court without the option of a fine. However, when there is a review or appeal of the sentence, Section 42.1 of the Military Discipline Supplementary Measures Act 16 of 1999, which provides for suspension of convicted person from duty until the conclusion of the appeal or review. So that means the moment you appeal or review, we cannot say our employment contract has been terminated due to imprisonment. That will be a foul of the law. So Section 36.1 of the South African Police Services Act provides that a member who is convicted of an offense and is sentenced to a term of imprisonment without the option of a fine shall be deemed to have been discharged from the services with the effect from the date following the date of the sentence, provided that if such term of imprisonment is wholly suspended, the member concerned shall not be deemed to have been discharged. So that means if you have been dismissed due to the fact that you have been subjected to imprisonment, however, your imprisonment is suspended, you'll still be able to go to your place of work, then you'll not be deemed to have been dismissed. So in terms of military, this Department of Military Services are the ones who are leading in this sector. So we have the case of Masangwanyi versus Minister of Defense and military veterans and others. So in this case, the court affirmed that for one to be dismissed due to imprisonment, the imprisonment must have been fully in place, otherwise the automatic termination would have been abused. So the law should not be applied mechanically. So those who are insolvent, if an employer is sequestrated or liquidated, an employee's contract will be automatically terminated on the date of the sequestration or liquidation. The employee would have a right to claim common law damages, losses, but then they will not have any right to claim to be reinstated upon when the employee is now solvent. So under supervening impossibility of performance, that is when maybe when there's a riot or a war. So such can deter one from going to their place of employment and their contract will be dismissed. For example, now that we have more like, let's say, just assume that there have been a war between South Africa and Zimbabwe, and then Pretoria has been hit hard, the employees are no longer able to go to the place of employment. Their contract will be terminated because at that particular time, we are not able to render services to the employer. So also, under state action, we can refer to when we talk about the councils. Maybe those who are teachers, if your CC is revoked, those who are lawyers, your legal permit to practice as lawyers has been revoked, then you will not be able to practice as a lawyer. As such, then you won't be able to provide services to the employer, so you'll be terminated. So in terms of retirement age, we know that our retirement age is actually between 60 and 65, depending on the sector that you are. However, we have a case of Evans versus Japanese. So in this case, the school required the employee to retire at the age of 61, despite the fact that the employment agreement set retirement age to be at the age of 65. So the Labour Court held that such dismissal was unfair, because when they changed their policies in around 2001, they set the policy to say, no, everyone must retire at 60, but then at that particular time, the employee, the Evans, was then employed, but the employment contract said she was going to retire at the age of 65. So we do not just change the policies and hope that they won't affect the employment contracts. So in terms of death, if the employee dies, the employment contract will come to an end. So that one is the common knowledge. However, if an employee is a natural person and he or she dies, the employment contract will come to an end in the cases only if you are a domestic worker. Because normally if you are a domestic worker, then you won't be able to render your services. But then if the employee is the juristic person like companies, whether the director dies or not, the employment contract goes forward. So we also have expiry of a fixed term contract or completion of a specific task. So this is where most of the time the TES, temporary employment services, are applied. So once the contract terminates or the task has been completed, then you won't be able to render the services. So the employment contract will terminate automatically. But we also have the case of, if my memory serves me right, is the case of enforced security, whereby they stated that if you want to terminate your employee in terms of expiry of employment contract, there must have been a third party who is involved. Otherwise, we won't just come and say the employee is hired for 3 years and then the contract, and then maybe complete the tax before 3 years, and you expect the employee to be dismissed. The employee will not be dismissed because the contract will specifically be saying the employee must retire after 3 years. So now let's move to the legal implications of automatic termination of employment contract. So the issue is that the employers are given the powers to either to reinstate the employees when they return to work after 30 days when they were dismissed by operation of law. So here, under Section 59.3 and also under Section 17.3b of the PSA, the employees, they have the freedom, the employers, they have the freedom to decide if they reinstate you, and if they reinstate you, they also have the option to reinstate you in a different position, not just the position where you were employed at. So automatic termination of employment contract can have significant implications for both employers and employees. So from employer's perspective, automatic termination may result in the loss of valuable employees and potential legal action from disgruntled former employees. That's why we have so many cases under this aspect, because this aspect is applied without proper knowledge or without following proper legislations. So on the other hand, so employees, they find themselves without a job and they do not have any recourse to challenge such dismissals. So because the legislations, they do not outline any remedies the employees have in case they are dismissed wrongfully so. So employers must ensure that they comply with the relevant laws and regulations governing automatic termination to avoid potential legal actions from the employees. So the best way to avoid this aspect for employers, it is important to ensure that employment contracts are properly drafted and reviewed regularly. This will also include ensuring that the terms of the contract are clear, unequivocal, and that they comply with the relevant legislations and regulations. So for employees, it is important to understand their rights and obligations under the employment contracts. So this includes understanding circumstances under which automatic termination may occur and taking steps to avoid such situations where possible. So employees should also maintain open and honest communications with their employers and seek legal advices. For example, if you are an employee and you decide to a private sector without informing your employer, your contract will also automatically terminate. So as I conclude, automatic termination of employment contract is an important aspect to understand by both employees and employers in South Africa, as it refers to the termination of a contract due to specific circumstances without the need of notice or any other form of termination. So this one is different from other forms of termination such as dismissal and resignations, as one need not to adhere to those regulations outlined in the Labor Relations Act. So the legality and fairness of the automatic terminations of employment contract, They have been affirmed by the court, including the Constitutional Court, up until today. There is no single court that ruled contrary about the legality or fairness of such termination. So the legal implications of automatic terminations were explored. We just highlighted how it needs to be understood by both employees and employers. So automatic termination will remain in force for as long as it does not impede on the employee's rights to just administrative action. So my recommendations was that in order to ensure fairness, is that there should be a draft code of good practice to regulate this concept, as employees are not afforded opportunity to be heard. I wrote employees by mistake. So the code will close the gaps left in respect of the legislations. So automatic termination of employment contract should also be used as a measure of last resort. It should be used sparingly because it is severe. So automatic termination of employment contract should be made in writing in order to notify employees. Because most of the time, the employees will just come to work and then boom, they are dismissed without having any notice. So thank you. Okay, I thought there are questions.
Okay, thanks, Kamohelo. Kamohelo presented that the law is not an open code and closed code from Muckleneuk. So I think the presentation, wonderful presentation for Kamohelo. He even mentioned that the legal implication of automatic termination, avoid automatic termination of employment contract. He even present the Public Service Act, Educational Act, South African Police Act, and again, they even present that the employer must ensure that they comply with their relevant law. So here we have the recommendation from Kamohelo saying good practice of regulate this concept of employer, and again to use a measurement of employment. So I just want to welcome the student from, I think they are student from high school. So, because I'm running the community engagement talking about life after matric in the high school. So I recognize that you are welcome, and this is your session, hall 2. And I will tell you my name after the sessions. So now I will welcome a next presenter, the paper that will be presented by Pira Legilia, supported by Mama Sibei, the paper titled that the policy and the practice of cadre deployment and its impact on the service delivery to the poor in the local government sphere in South Africa. So now we will give Happy Ralegilia to present this from the College of Law Jurisprudence.
I don't know how to do, but I think I can continue.
You have a presentation?
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. My name is Konanani Ralegilia, and I'll be presenting on the policy and practice of, cadre deployment and its impact on service delivery to the poor in the local government sphere in South Africa. The previous, presenter, we share the very same mentor, Advocate Rufuno Nevondwe, who's a senior lecturer and a board member at the University of Limpopo. And this paper was penned down some few years ago. And this year we decided that this manuscript should actually, before reaching other academics, it should also reach the masses itself. It has been published in 3 major media outlets, being the Cape Times, the Mercury, Sunday World, and the Citizen. Yeah, 4. So, and basically we were trying to demystify the myth that has been set by the Democratic Alliance, which was actually against the policy itself, and going further to try and vilify it without actually having concrete reasons to do so, and also having the DA also utilizing it even in the Cape, in the Western Cape, because that is actually how it plays out. But the paper itself, it also acknowledges the problems on the ground. Those problems, of course, are service delivery, problems, socio-economic, problems, as well as the dissatisfaction by the public when it comes to issues of bureaucratic incompetence, of course, at the behest of what? Of the African National Congress, which is actually linked with the incompetence part of it. And we also noticed that at the local government, local government will be referring to municipalities, there are metros, local municipalities, as well as the district, municipalities. Those are the spheres of government that are heavily affected by, of course, service delivery issues, which deals with the socio-economic challenges. Yet at the same time, we have noticed that the local government, or rather municipalities, are the biggest benefactors, or rather beneficiaries of cadre deployment in the municipalities where, of course, the ANC is actually ruling. And for the purposes of this paper, of course, we'll discuss and examine the constitutional part of it, of the principle of cadre deployment. Of course, we'll also go further to, expand and compare it with other nations, specifically, of course, the United States, as well as other African countries. But, of course, we'll be trying to, demystify the fact that even those countries like the United States, they use patronage as another form of cadre deployment. We will also investigate, of course, the policy itself, the impact that it has on the lives of the poor on the ground. So basically, the cadre deployment, principle, or rather a policy, it has been there for ages. And we also noticed that even during the revolutions of the 18th and 19th centuries, stemming from the French Revolution, coming down to other revolutions in Europe as well as in America. Of course, these revolutions gave birth to political factions, organized around, around different sets of ideas, representing various social classes in the struggle with each other, and of course, the political outlook corresponding to them. Now, coming back to South Africa, of course, you will remember that there was the old order, which was led by the white minority-dominated apartheid regime, and then, of course, that led to the black majority democratic state in 1994 taking over. And that is such an example where change entails a political revolution that creates a qualitatively new state, setting out, of course, the old apparatus. The old apparatus, of course, will be referring to, of course, some of the employment machineries that were used by the old apartheid regime. As you know that previously, of course, blacks will not be able to attain certain positions. And we also had Tony Leon last week, if not 2 weeks back, he was saying that, black governments led by the ANC is not actually doing quite well because they are not qualified. And he's forgetting the fact that blacks were actually excluded in the previous, regime, because even when it comes to issues of universities, it is not each and every, there were those white-dominated universities. You wouldn't go to Stellenbosch and study there and gain knowledge. Now, is the ANC cadre deployment a disaster, as projected by, the DA and other, political organizations? Of course, we will go back to that acknowledgement of saying that, of course, there are challenges around service delivery. And we also noticed that the realization of elementary socio-economic rights emanates from incapacity and incompetence of the personnel employed due to association with the ruling party without the necessary skills. But of course, we differed, if I remember quite well, Mr. Sivei, to say while the ANC is part of the reason for mediocrity, rampant corruption and mismanagement of the state, but that is a symptom of a much deeper, crisis. And we also went further to indicate that the importance of the state to deliver on the most elementary services and economic needs of the working class and poor, majorities rooted in the logic of a capitalist system in a period of economic crisis, just as the incapacity of its bureaucratic apparatus to manage the existing public service logically follows the narrow-minded, mindedness as well as greed of the aspirant black bourgeois in the ANC. In this case, we noticed that greed and corruption are at the root of actually the problem associated with cadre deployment as a policy itself. And we concluded on that front by indicating that, greed and corruption are the functional accumulation of capital at the exclusion of other matters. So now we also noticed that, of course, there are challenges with regards to the policy itself, in a sense that you will find that other mayors as well as municipal managers will be recalled or redeployed because they are, in a certain faction within that particular ruling party. And in most instances, you'll even be recalled without proper justification. But That may also have its own, reasons, which we will, I think, expand at a later stage. But of course, in other instances, you will find that people are actually being recalled on the basis of some of the engineered service delivery protests, mainly because one is actually not falling within a certain powerful, faction within the ANC. We've got an example of the Likwa municipality where the mayor, as well as the speaker and the chief whip, if I remember quite well, even the entire mayoral committee were recalled. And at the time, they were recalled with, of course, the blessing of the former, ANC Youth League president, who has also now formed his political party, which is also doing quite well. But at the time, he had so much power and influence that led to the recall of, the entire mayoral committee together with the mayor. So that on its own confirms that deployed cadres at some point cannot really exercise their prerogative powers in the interest of service delivery, because in other instances, you'll find that they are contending dominant factors, factions within the ruling party. Now, coming back to the issue of the DA, misdirection of the public discourse. The DA comes, it always, try and vulgarizes the policy on cadre deployment, yet at the same time, it is actually employing, people who on the basis of patronage. You will hardly find, as I always put it, an EFF member in the Western Cape holding so much a powerful bureaucratic, position. And that is so because they do not actually align with the neoliberal, or rather with the liberal position of the DA. So again, we acknowledged the fact that service delivery protests are issues that needs to be that deserves much of our attention, as well as the dissatisfaction with the bureaucratic incompetence. But we felt that the DA, for many mainstream analysts led by the DA, this comes down to bureaucratic incompetence linked with the ANC, SCADA deployment policy. But we felt that the DA has misdiagnosed the problem. And that is so because even the DA has some sort of an but that is an unavoidable for a party committed to the preservation of the status quo. The status quo that we are talking about is that of inequality, And of course, we went further to indicate that the DA is unable to face the fact that the corporatization of public services introduces, of course, sabotage, looting, and plunder of the public service. And that is more evident with the privatization of, of SAA and efforts to privatize, ESCOM, so that white monopoly capital can be the biggest benefactor in that regard. Now, we indicated that the problem itself is not with the policy, but the implementers of the policy. You find that I'm actually a minister of public service, and then, or at the public enterprise, and then I find Marakalal and say, hey, Mr. Marakalal, come. And then you will have this, company, and so without the necessary skills and qualifications to do so, which always leads to a disaster. So we felt that the ANC is not deploying a cadre of the revolution. It is actually deploying a mediocre, opportunists, and petty thieves with a counter-revolutionary agenda to plunder and loot the state. As we are heading towards the elections, of course, they will always project their own people so that they can do what? They can therefore channel, of course, monies to the electioneering campaigns and so forth. So cadre deployment is historically about deploying selfless, disciplined, and ethical cadres, comrades, who will therefore dedicate their professional lives towards the implementations of the policies, because you cannot deploy someone whom you do not trust. At the center of cadre deployment is trust and confidence, to say this person will therefore, push the policies as projected in the party's manifesto. There are case laws where cadre deployment was actually thrashed out. The first one is the Mlokoti versus Amatole municipality and others. In this case, there were two, contenders or candidates who were shortlisted. And of course, the first one was not actually a cadre of the movement. And then the second one, of course, was a cadre of the movement. And the municipality did everything humanly possible to try and justify the recommending the second, applicant who got the second position at the expense of the first one, who was not actually, the cadre of the movement. For the position of a municipal manager. The municipal manager's position is one of the powerful positions after the mayor. So what actually transpired there is that the municipality also had to source, legal opinion, and after some time, they had to disregard that legal opinion of an attorney as well as a senior counsel. In that, legal opinion, the attorney as well as the senior counsel had arrived at the conclusion that indeed appointing the second one will be contrary to its municipal legal obligations. But they went ahead, of course, after the instructions, as a result of the instructions from the ANC regional, committee, which is also one of the powerful, committees within the regions. And the court decided that the matter to actually not appoint the one who had lost should therefore be reviewed and set aside. And then it came to two, it reasoned, or rather it came to the conclusion that indeed the first applicant was more qualified, and he was actually a former municipal manager. And the fact that he was not, it was not actually fair enough, mainly because he was not a cadre of the ANC. And the second reason that it brought was that, or rather the conclusion, or rather maybe the decision was that the justification which was brought by the municipality to say, but no, this cadre of ours is also qualified, he has a level of education, did not actually hold water, because even the first one had the necessary qualifications and necessary skills. So there's also another case of Mkutamela versus the Nelson Mandela Metropolitan Municipality, and the municipality had its own recruitment policy governing the appointment, of municipal managers. And in that recruitment policy, it also highlighted the issues of, merit and the fact that the selection had to be done objectively. And also highlighting the, qualifications as well as the suitability. So again, in that particular municipality, the REC, the regional, executive committee made or rather gave clear instructions for the appointment of the applicant, of the person who was overlooked. And then the court, and the guy went to court. And then in court, the court found that, of course, the conduct of the ANC Regional Executive Council or other committee constituted an unauthorized and an unwarranted, intervention in the affairs of the council. And at the end, it felt that the decision of the council should be set aside, and therefore it made an order indicating that the guy who was overlooked should therefore be appointed as the municipal manager. So, in conclusion, we do feel that indeed there is a strong link between cadre deployment and the thirst to pursue private accumulation of wealth by those who are not actually implementing it correctly. The policy itself is not a bad policy because you can't actually appoint someone whom you do not trust and you entrust that person with policy decision making, more especially at the more senior, position. And we sometimes do differ at times with my fellow co-author and on that aspect. The second aspect is that government leaders have forgotten, of course, what the liberation movement's role is, and that is so because you will find that they tend to actually want to accumulate as much as they can, and of course, at the expense of the socio-economic, objectives that they had to achieve at the end of the day. And lastly, cadre deployment, we do feel that cadre deployment policy itself is not actually responsible for poor service delivery, but of course the implementers, or rather those who are safeguarding the policy itself, are the ones who are actually responsible for poor service delivery, because the policy itself do not say, please appoint someone who do not qualify and who do not have the necessary skills. It is those who are the custodians of the policy itself who will therefore appoint people on the basis of, political patronage and so forth. So, in a nutshell, that is all that I can indicate so far, except to indicate that we are recommending that the policy should be revisited and it should be applied in a manner that, of course, it will not prejudice the marginalized people. And maybe as a parting shot, the EFF is very much strategic in its posture. It is not focused on many other issues. It is, at the current moment, focusing on empowering and making education fashionable. It is not just doing that for the sake of, because they know that at a later stage, they may become the government in waiting. And when you do so, you have to have people with proper capacity, and that is what we have failed. I'm not an ANC, I'm just speculating. I'm just indicating that they have failed to do that when they were saying that they were ready to govern, and it shows that indeed they were not ready to govern. Thank you. I just remove. Okay, how do I remove Pella? Oh, thank you.
Okay, thanks for wonderful presentation, Piraligilia, and I think the presentation is all about, I can't say it's a politics paper where you find DA, ANC, EFF, Action, XA. So, but for the knowledge that I found that on the paper is that since 1994, the service delivery protest, and you still remember before 1994, we used to have a yellow van, police van. When you see that van, you run, whether you commit a crime or not, because of you know that once they found you, they blacksame you. Whether at night, you have to run. You run home. By 9 o'clock, all taverns are closed for only black people. But for white people, they have privilege. So, Hepiraligiria presented that the local government more affected by the effect of service delivery and to investigate the impact that the policy of poor South African service delivery and the CADA principle, the CADA principle deployment. He presented again the revolution of 18th and 19th century in Europe and America. ANC CADA deployment is a disaster where there is challenges around service delivery, and even presented that misdirections of the public discourse. And ANC lead a democratic state, which is next year we have elections again, then we will see ANC again, then EFF and other parties. So here, I can say this paper still going to have more input. Still we're going to for 2024. Maybe they will write a 4 paper, because I see this paper have maybe 5 articles itself or more than that. Then I can't say on the paper they only write 1 paper. They will maybe multiply the papers there. Then we will go to the next presenter, and I think I'm still on time. Don't worry about my name or the department where I am from. I will tell you after the sessions. I just want to get time management. It's very, very important. Yeah. So now Dr. Deborah Matlaze is not here. We will expect Professor Angelo Dube, which is the next presenter, and I see that he went out, but maybe Mr. Ramala will just call Prof to come, because we are waiting for Prof. Then the topic or the paper title is the importance of forming a statelessness determination procedure SDP in South Africa. Then let me ask anyone to call the professor to come here. And remember, in research, we always, you can just learn from the first presenters from the University of Limpopo, University of Limpopo. Yes, and the second presenter is University of South Africa. So it's a collaboration or collective idea from both presenters, but if you can check the topic, are they similar? They go into the same direction. They're talking about a common law, they're talking about how we can improve our economy, so in a different aspect.
I think if Prof is not...
Okay, it's the first time to skip the presenter. I think from now on, since Prof is not here, we will go to, I'm not sure, and I apologize for that. I didn't recognize Prof Kadri Diop. Yeah? The last presenter, Prof Kadri Diop. Because I think on the presentation, sometimes maybe there is errors, but when you see the name is familiar to you, then you can raise your hand. Are you here? The presenter will present the jurisprudential approach for the protection of migrants in the African human rights system. So I'm not sure if Prof is here or not. Seems like I will be the presenter now. So while we are waiting for our last two presenters, then if it's a, let's say, because Piral Gila is here, if it's any question so that we can cover the time, because we need to move with space and time, because we are still waiting for others to present. If it's any question or comment, then Piral Gila, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay. And for make this easy, you can raise your hand and I recognize you. You can say, no, I'm Mama from, and you ask, so that we recognize that the person who asked Piral Gila is from which stakeholders or which universities. You're welcome. Oh, there is...
Good day. Duduzi from, I study in this varsity. I'm a student at this university. Okay, I've got questions for both speakers. For the first speaker, it's more a clarity-seeking question. He mentioned the case of Maswangani, and the condition there was that the imprisonment must have been fully in place. I wanted clarity on that, what that means, imprisonment being fully in place. And also the clarity of insolvency, how that works, the automatic termination with regarding insolvency when someone has been liquidated, when someone has been declared insolvent. And then the last one is that one of impossibility performance. And then if that is just administration, you know, since the employee in that instance had no way of avoiding such a situation. That's basically my questions for the first speaker. And then for the second speaker.
Okay.
For the second speaker. So the second speaker mentioned, took us back to history. He mentioned that before the revolution, 18th and 19th century. I'm interested in just knowing how the political situation was before then, because you said there was a change from that period going up to this current period. So I'm interested in knowing how was the political situation then. And then when it comes to the issue of cadre deployment. So the issue of cadre deployment, I'm not really understanding whether the issue there is it the cadre deployment as a policy or the ANC. Because I wanted to get clarity that is it the ANC or is it the police? And you also mentioned the issue of capitalism being the central reason for cadre deployment. So if then capitalism is the issue, what then is the alternative to capitalism? Because I think that will be interesting. And also you mentioned about the FF being having people who are educated. It's educating its young people. But if then, so is the issue there the ideology of governance, or is it the lack of education? Where is the issue there? But that's what I'm trying to get to. Is it the ideology, the capitalist ideology, or is it lack of education? Thank you.
All right, yeah, thank you for your questions. For the first question, when I say the imprisonment should be fully in place, that means there should be no review or appeal going on. And again, your imprisonment must not have been, say, maybe you must have your imprisonment term outside prison, or maybe they give you option for fine. So under insolvency, remember the employer, once the okay, let me start here. If you're an employee and you undergo liquidation, you know there are certain positions that you can't hold because you can't manage under liquidation. There is someone who's going to manage your affairs, and maybe it might be that there is no longer money to pay your employees. So the employees can no longer render services to you, because even if they render their services, you won't be able to compensate them. And then, can you remind me of your last question?
Since the employee had no way of preventing such a situation, if then that can be concluded as just that such a situation.
All right, yeah, in my opinion, hence I say there must be a draft to regulate this. In my opinion is that, okay, in the first instance, it is just because you are not rendering your services. But then the problem is that once the war ceases, or maybe once you regain your license that have been revoked, the employer is under no circumstances obliged to rehire you. So that is the problem. So in my opinion, at first it is just, but then once you get a license back, or once the conditions are now stable, then that's where the problem is. So that's why it is not just. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Comrade Chairperson, and for the question as well. I mean, I think the central issue that we are raising here is the fact that the problem is not a cadre deployment as such, that in actual fact, this is a principle that is almost universal, right? Universal in a sense that in any democratic change of a composition either of government but also of the state itself, there's always been a deployment of cadres that are aligned with the policies of the government that takes office, or that, of course, resonate with a mission and a vision to shape a new type of a state. And I think the point that obviously we leave out in such a brief outline, as of course represented through the slides of Comrade Adegili, is that we say the extent of the cadre development is always determined by the extent of the changes in the composition of the governing apparatus. Whether is it just a change of government, and you would remember that government is only but one wing, one wing of government, and the state is obviously composing, or one wing of the state. There's still a judicial, there's still a legislative, and other things and so on. And depending whether it is a change in the state on and by itself, or is merely a change of government within a particular state that determines the extent to which you deploy and so on. So when you look in terms of what has happened, in terms of the revolutions that we call democratic or bourgeois democratic revolutions of the, you could say 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th century, is that you had a change in a state from a feudal state in Europe, which of course were based in an absolute, monarchies and, all of that and so on, beginning, if you like, with what they call the Glorious Revolution in England and so on. Now, in that situation, you will not expect that the forces, the parliamentary forces of what you call the new model army that actually took over power in the state would, in the aftermath of the revolution, continue with the state apparatus made up of royalists. They had to, if you like, create in the place of an old royalist feudal state to erect an apparatus that, of course, correspond with the requirements of the new ruling class in the situation being the bourgeois and so on. And the point that I think we're trying to make is that that is evident also in other revolutions. And I think the beginning, especially of the modern political parties, in the factions, in the case of America, for instance, in the post-war of independence, you see development of various factions. I mean, around your Jefferson and other political leaders who held different views in terms of what type of democracy they wanted. That was the foundation of the modern Democratic and Republican parties that you see and so on. And in every of those struggles, whenever a change was, whenever there was a change from one government to the other, each of those factions were deploying their own people and so on. So the point that we make is that to the extent that the DA, and I think the main public discourse on the issue, suggests that a cadre development on and by itself is an act of nepotism, that is wrong and wrong in extreme. And in actual fact, we make the point that the DA is misdirecting the public discourse in that situation. That the problem here is that the DA doesn't want to face the facts. What are the facts of the situation? Of course, what has become very evident in the deployment of the ANC is, the fact that the deployment of the cadres of the ANC has become synonymous with, the rampant corruption that you see, the mediocrity, the incompetence, and all the problems that, of course, have been widely highlighted and widely debated, right? That all of those are true, and we see it in terms of collapse, particularly, of public services that are mismanaged by, these so-called cadres, right? And part of the problem, we say that when you look in terms of service delivery and so on and so on, that the problems are even much more deeper than that, right? There's the issues of mismanagement, of course, of incompetence and all the things and so on, and I'll come back in a matter of a minute on that. But in the final analysis, the problem is also the fact that the very neoliberal policy framework that the DA shares with the ANC, for that matter, right, is part of the problem with regard to the corruption that the DA bemoans. So they cry about the fact that there is a tendering that comes with briberies and corruption and so on and so on. Now, the reason the DA cannot tell you that the problem of the corruption related to tendering is because of the tendering itself. It is because the DA is a party of privatization, is a party of outsourcing, is a party of neoliberalism and so on and so on. So they cannot take responsibility for that. And therefore, they find all sorts of things in respect of which they can have us, chasing the wrong problem here. And I think as I want to conclude on this issue, I think the problem here is a degeneration of the ANC itself. And I think it's a central problem, that once the ANC has ceased, to the extent that you can argue that it ever was, it has ceased to be a party of revolution. What has it become? It has become, if you like, an organization that, by representing the aspirations of many frustrated aspirant black middle class who seek to accumulate by way of dispossession and plunder of the state and public services. A deployment is a means that they get people who will facilitate that dispossession or accumulation by dispossession and plunder. That is the reason that the corruption related to provision of services in the form of briberies, the tenders, and so on, is so rampant. But also that's the reason that they deploy mediocres. It's not an oversight on their part, right? You need incompetent people who are there by patronage to be able to toe the line, that when a tender like this comes, it must be going to one Ubaneban. When you need people that are beholden to you and your interest in the business of outsourcing public service in order to be able to use them for that and so on. So I think that is the essence of the problem as we see it. And I want to conclude without abusing your patience, Chair. So the fundamental problem that we see is that the ANC, therefore, is deploying all the mediocres, the incompetent, the poorly qualified people, not because of an oversight, but because it is functional to the accumulation of an aspirant black capitalist class that relies on tenders, that relies on outsourcing, that relies basically on privatization of service. And the DA doesn't represent an alternative in that respect. Look at Western Cape. Because if you listen to DA, you would imagine that the apartheid state was based on merit. People under apartheid were appointed for no other reason than the fact that they are white. If that is a merit, then I don't know what is a merit, right? And you look at what they are doing in Western Cape. When they say qualified businesses, they just mean white businesses. The problem, obviously, with the ANC is that the section of the capitalist class that they want to serve, economically or historically, was deprived of opportunities. So they lack the capital, they lack the equipment, they lack the skills and experience to deliver. That's the reason you have all these projects, either the RDP, building of roads and other things that can be completed and so on and so on. And that's an historical problem of the attempt to advance the belated or a late arrivals that are an aspirant capitalist class. I think I'm going to close because the chairperson is growing very impatient with me. Safe to say that for me, capitalism in this period of a crisis cannot be managed by any other way than brutal austerity that we see against the working class, that you cannot create a new capitalist class, in the system of monopolized capitalism, other than by means of plunder and rampant corruption that you see around you, that the only alternative, therefore, for me, is socialism. I'm, a trade unionist, I'm a revolutionary, I'm a Marxist, and I do believe that the solution is, of course, the working class in this country organizing itself, not only in the form of trade unions, in community civics, and through other mass organizations in all the main theaters of the working class struggle, but politically as well. Not only so that they seize political power, but I think through nationalization of the commanding heirs of the economy, the banks, the mines, the factories, and of course the land, they can be able to place under public ownership the vast resources in the economy and ensure that we use that to uplift and raise the standards of living to heights that currently are unimaginable and unattainable for great majority of the working class and the poor. Thank you, Chair.
I'm going to specifically reply to your fourth question, which is in relation to whether the EFF is deploying or intending to or preparing itself for that kind of a deployment. I certainly do think that it is preparing itself for that kind of an eventuality, because even the ANC in 1985, it had a national consultative, conference in Kagwe. I think it's in Tanzania, where their sole mandate for that was to prepare itself for the purposes of institutionalizing, the cadre as well as leadership development. In doing so, it was actually preparing itself, and I don't think that it had in mind that in 1994 it would have taken over, because even when they were saying that they were ready to govern, the sunset clauses, concessions truly indicates that indeed they were not really ready to govern. And that is so because universally, when you take over, you need to be radical in your takeover of government. You can't therefore come and say that, but we'll have some sort of a transition and so forth. I think the EFF is trying to avoid that kind of an issue whereby they'll be in the same bed with, the ANC, as part of what we call concessions. But of course, it reached the resolution for development as well as career development, because at that time the ANC used to take people abroad to further education, but those people were not that many, and that led itself to also be on the very same bed with the former National Party, or rather maybe the previous, bureaucrats. And of course, when it took over in 1997 in Mafikeng, it reached that it adopted cadre deployment, and that is so because it realized that it was actually lacking HR machinery, and which led to the what? To the sunset clauses concessions, because it had no, cadres who would be able to steer some of the parastatals at the time. But I still believe and believe that it was supposed to have actually, move forward, even though it was a risky exercise. Because when you are taking over, you can therefore come and say, hey, we're now, you used to be my enemy, therefore come and mentor me. I mean, that will not give, some sort of a leeway. So the HR development, of course, it wanted to encourage the training as well as gaining experience for the advancement of what, at the end of the day, the national democratic revolution, to empower the quality of everyone in South Africa, and of course, women who are the vulnerable as well as children. I think, I think I've addressed everything, because what Mr. Siwe has indicated, it was quite mouthful. Thank you.
Thanks, cadre development presenter and Kamohe. So now, is any follow-up question, or maybe you're covered with all answers? Okay, any follow-up questions? Oh, mine is just a comment. I just want to say, when I check the last presenter, then we still need to debate more. Because remember, when we talk about DA, talk about ANC, we talk about EFF, then there are other parties that are not maybe mentioned on the paper, and the only active parties there, then I can say is they are campaigning. But I don't think here we have a large community where we can find a huge number for vote for 2024. But they already campaigned. They campaigned, and according to my view, I know which party they're going to vote. So I just want to say, for the last presenter, two last presenters are not here to present. I'm not sure. Let me confirm with Thomas. So, okay. Since while we are going to wait for organizer to check if maybe the last presenter is coming or not, I'm Mokopane Charles Marakalla from Limpopo, Anakwatef, and I'm from Police Practice Department and under College of Law, School of Criminal Justice. I'm a PhD candidate. I think from February then, you can call me Dr. Marakalala. And because of the courage of the senior Prof. Dube and Piral Gilia, Mr. Sibe, we presented in many cases throughout the year. And I promised them that this year I want to write 10 articles and book chapters, and I managed to do that. Then only 5 articles that are going to be published, and then 5. Because remember, I am proactive. This year, I asked myself, why did chicken cross the road for 2024? Then I start topic abstract for 2024. Then in 2024, I will just finish my article, because you can't collect data in a short time of the space where you can say, no, I write 5 articles now, and then I will submit all 5 articles once. No, you just create a topic once. Especially you can check during news, TV, newspaper, and you just grab something there and start to formulate your topic. You start abstract. Then you can even go to get advice from the senior on your area to guide you how to formulate a topic so that you start article. But next year, I have only, I don't know, we have a student or anyone from School of Criminal Justice, because here is law dominating, and our language of reference is not the same. You law, they use footnote, and then we use Harvard reference. So I'm impressed that if maybe I can find someone who willing to write one scholar for law. Okay, but I want articles. I want 2 articles with anyone here. Next year, February, then we publish. Remember, it doesn't matter how we started, then it matters how we end it. So we can present here, it's only about 2 presenters, but this doesn't mean we can publish only 2 papers. They can present 2 papers and we can start planning about other papers. Then it doesn't matter how we started, it matters how we end it. So we can end maybe whole 2, maybe next year publishing 20 articles, because we all generating information together here. It's a collaboration, because at the end of the day, we need implementation. All presenters are presenting here, then how are we going to implement the information that they just presented? So I'm not sure, because some faces are familiar. I think maybe we can just send email, say, no, I'm interested. I can write in School of Law, I can write in School of Criminal Justice, because I just see the gap in School of Criminal Justice, and then I didn't register for LLB, but I was studying with the students that are doing LLB, and they seek assistance from me, but I was doing other field. So it doesn't matter how we started, then it matters how we end it. So I think if there is no response from the organizer, because I'm only program director. Remember, when you direct, you don't have too much to maybe to say much more about the presentation. You, panelists and guests, you need to come up with something that maybe will assist, because the presenters are defending their papers. If there is any other follow-up question or comment, you are welcome to ask. Yes. Can you come so that even those who are online, maybe they can hear you? Okay. Yes, you can come.
Look, my sense is that if you're going to bring about a fundamental social transformation, you require basically a program to overthrow capitalism in this country. And I think I'm not convinced that any of the parties currently have that program, or are they capable of it? Because, you know, as Marx puts it, the emancipation of the working class is a task of the working class itself, nobody else. And I think the problem with not only the ANC, by the way, but all these other parties, and I hear comrades speak about the EFF, and probably I need to come to that. You know, these, and I think that's what people don't understand about capitalism, that it has a logic of its own. So the idea that it's just that if you come to party, if you come into government, there is just an assortment of policies that you choose from, right? Defies historical logic. In fact, when you look at what we are having in South Africa today, which is neoliberalism, is policies that are implemented by governments almost across the entire world. What is it? It tells you that there must be a common denominator. And that common denominator consists in the fact that the only way, as I've said earlier on, the only way that you can manage capitalism in the period of an organic crisis, and what is that organic crisis consisting in? For a capitalist class, is consisting in a crisis of profitability. And that means they must cut spending on wages, on taxes, on social services, on public services, and that's the reason for that. And any party which comes to power, no matter what is the best intentions of that party, if it comes to power and doesn't overthrow capitalism, that party is going to have to abide by that logic of capitalism in this period. And that is the reason that everywhere, even the most left-wing parties that have been elected in this period, they have betrayed the masses. And we just have to look at what happened, even in Europe itself. In Greece, the party that is called Syriza came to power against vast, and tremendous expectations of the masses. Obviously, in addition to the ANC in this country, which would recall it was a part of Freedom Charter, which called for nationalizations of key sectors of the economy and so on. And I think the essence of this was captured by the Russian revolutionary Leon Trotsky when he says, the power of the capitalist class under capitalism does not consist in choosing who becomes the government. No, but in the fact that choice is with the working class because they make the majority of the electorate. The power of the bourgeoisie under capitalism consists in the fact that once a party comes to power and does not break with capitalism, they are able to use their control and monopoly over levers of economic power to ensure that a government like that basically implement policies which are only consistent with their interest in that period. And you just have to look as an example, Chair, without again abusing your generosity here. What happened when we were told that the president is the one with the discretion to appoint the ministers and so on and so on. But they are able to allow that exercise within certain framework. Once it begins to suggest that the president or whoever is in power want to move away from the economic architecture for management of capitalism, they penalize that. That's what happened when Zuma tried to remove the Minister of Finance. That's what happened when government, even under Mandela, appointed Manuel at the time when they agreed that the Minister of Finances should be from the Treasury via the South African Reserve Bank or what? I think those are the people that that's where the ministers used to be drawn from. So what is the solution? We need an independent political party of the working class that I think will have to be formed out of the trade union movement, out of the community civics, out of all organizations of the working class that are currently fighting in all the main theaters of the working class struggles in this country. And that party would have to be based on a program for socialism. And what is that? A simple idea that the working class, through a seizure of political power, but also economic power, they can, of course, change not only their lives, but also direction of society to ensure that ultimately we build a society where, of course, decisions about a day-to-day lives and every aspect of our lives are not taken by unelected oligarchs that monopolized key sectors of the economy and therefore control every aspect of our life. But the decisions in terms of what is produced, how is it produced, for who is it produced, and who get what share of the produce of the wealth of society, those decisions are taken democratically by the vast majority of the working class people who, through a democratic management of the nationalized and public-owned farms, banks, mines, and so on, will be able to take democratic decisions in the interest of majority and to ensure that all of us participate in the economy, but also are entitled to the fair share of the wealth that is a product of our labor. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Sibia. I can say cadre deployment, and the other session is still busy. I think on our session we have only 2 presenters, and the other 2 were not managed to come. Then they asked us to come and join the other side. So meaning we all going to join hall 1. And I just want to thank you, all of you who attended here, guests, student, academic, and then even the sound, people who organized this via sound, quality sound of University of South Africa. I don't know their name, but you can see the cameras here. You can see the sound quality. Then you can hear even when I speak, I'm clear. If I did mistake, I did mistake, but the sound is very, very clear and quality services from University of South Africa. So we can go to the other session. I'm not sure if they will close the other side or we're still going to debate, because I think this topic, we still need to engage more. Yeah, thanks. We can go to the other side.